Chapter 8. Joining Two Worlds. Pamela adjusted her position on the well-padded carriage seat, stretching discreetly to ease muscles grown stiff from hours of travel. Beside her, Chad handled the team with the easy competence he brought to all tasks. His strong hands relaxed on the reins, despite the challenging mountain road they'd been navigating since dawn. "Are you comfortable?" he asked, glancing at her with concern. "We can stop to rest if you're tired." "I'm fine," she assured him, though in truth the journey had proven more arduous than she had anticipated. They had departed Redstone Ridge before sunrise, the town still sleeping as Chad's carriage rolled quietly through deserted streets. Now, well past noon, they had traveled farther than Pamela had ventured since coming west with her mother years ago. "We're nearly to Catamount Pass," Chad said, nodding toward a gap in the pine-covered mountains ahead. "Once we cross, we'll be on Montgomery land. The view from the summit is worth the climb, I promise you." Pamela smoothed her practical traveling dress of dark blue wool, chosen for comfort rather than fashion. In her trunk, carefully strapped to the back of the carriage, she had packed her finest clothes, including the burgundy silk gown she'd worn to their first official courting dinner. The selection had required careful consideration, balancing propriety with the desire to appear at her best in this new environment. The landscape had changed gradually throughout their journey, the dense pine forests giving way to more open terrain with spectacular vistas of distant peaks and hidden valleys. Chad had proven a knowledgeable guide, pointing out landmarks with the familiarity of a man who had traversed this route countless times. "That outcropping to the north marks the boundary of territorial lands," he had explained earlier. "Beyond lies the old Spanish grant that became the Vasquez Ranch. Fernando Vasquez is my nearest neighbor, though near means 5 miles in these parts." Their conversation had flowed easily despite Pamela's underlying nervousness about the visit. Chad spoke of the ranch's history, his plans for expanding the cattle operation, the families of workers who had been with him since he acquired the property. His evident enthusiasm for his home made Pamela all the more anxious to form a favorable impression of it, and for it to form a favorable impression of her. The carriage labored up the final steep incline to Catamount Pass, the horses straining against their harnesses until they crested the summit. Chad drew the team to a halt at a natural overlook, setting the brakes securely before turning to Pamela with poorly concealed anticipation. "Welcome to Montgomery Ranch," he said simply, gesturing toward the vista that had just come into view. Pamela's breath caught in her throat. Below them, a vast valley spread like a green jewel set amid the surrounding mountains. A river wound through its center, silver in the afternoon sunlight, with tributaries branching outward through lush meadows and stands of cottonwood. Nestled against the protective embrace of a pine forest on the valley's eastern edge stood the ranch buildings. A substantial main house surrounded by barns, corrals, and smaller structures that must house workers and equipment. "It's beautiful," she said softly, the words inadequate to express her awe at the scale and natural grandeur before her. Chad's smile deepened at her genuine appreciation. "My grandfather claimed this valley in 1832, he told her. Said he knew the moment he rode through this pass that he'd found home. I felt the same when I first saw it after the war, like a piece of my soul had been waiting here." The simple sincerity of his words touched Pamela deeply. This place wasn't merely property to Chad, it was part of his identity, a legacy he had nurtured and expanded with evident care and pride. As they descended into the valley, following a well-maintained road that wound down from the pass, details of the ranch became clearer. The main house was larger than Pamela had initially thought. A handsome 2-story structure of stone and timber with a broad porch wrapping around 3 sides. Though impressive, it avoided ostentation, its clean lines and sturdy construction speaking of practicality and permanent intentions rather than showy display. Surrounding the house, laid out with logical precision, stood barns, stables, workshops, and a bunkhouse for unmarried ranch hands. Beyond these lay corrals containing horses in various stages of training, and further still, fenced pastures where cattle grazed in contentment. The entire operation spoke of careful planning and successful execution. Exactly what Pamela would have expected from Chad's methodical mind. As they approached the main compound, ranch hands paused in their work to observe the carriage's arrival. Pamela felt their curious gazes like a physical touch, aware that her presence represented something significant in their familiar world. A woman accompanying the ranch owner home could mean only one thing in the straightforward social calculations of the frontier. "They're curious," Chad acknowledged, noting her heightened color. "News travels slowly to the ranch, and visitors are rare, especially female ones." "I imagine my arrival will provide conversation for weeks," Pamela said, striving for lightness despite her nervousness. "Days at most," Chad replied with a feigned smile. "Then Miguel's new foals or the condition of the North Pasture will reclaim their attention. Ranch life revolves around practical matters, a quality I've always appreciated." They pulled up before the main house, where a woman stood waiting on the broad porch. Tall and angular, with iron gray hair pulled into a severe bun, she watched their approach with an expression that combined curiosity with reserved judgment. "Mrs. Simmons," Chad explained as he set the brake. "My housekeeper and the unchallenged ruler of the domestic kingdom. Her husband was my father's foreman until his death 10 years ago. She's managed my household since I acquired the property." Before Pamela could respond, a young stable hand appeared at the side of the carriage. Chad handed him the reins with brief instructions about unharnessing the team, then came around to help Pamela down. His hand at her waist was steady and reassuring as she stepped onto Montgomery land for the first time. "Mrs. Simmons," Chad called as they approached the porch. "May I present Miss Pamela Johnson of Redstone Ridge? Pamela, this is Mrs. Hattie Simmons, without whom this house would likely collapse into chaos within a week." "Welcome to Montgomery Ranch, Miss Johnson." The older woman's assessment was direct, but not unkind, her sharp eyes taking in every detail of Pamela's appearance with the thoroughness of a general inspecting new recruits. "I trust your journey wasn't too taxing?" "It was quite comfortable, thank you," Pamela replied, meeting the housekeeper's gaze with equal directness. She sensed that Mrs. Simmons would respect honesty more than flattery. "Though I confess I'm looking forward to stretching my legs after so many hours seated." Something that might have been approval flickered across the housekeeper's austere features. "Of course. I've prepared refreshments in the parlor, and your room is ready whenever you wish to rest." Her gaze shifted to Chad, softening noticeably. "Everything is arranged as you requested, Mr. Montgomery." "Thank you, Mrs. Simmons." Chad's evident affection for the woman was clear in his tone. "Your efficiency, as always, is beyond compare." The housekeeper's stern countenance relaxed further at his praise, and Pamela caught a glimpse of the deep loyalty that existed between them, a bond formed through years of shared experiences and mutual respect. "Come inside," Chad said, offering Pamela his arm. "I'd like to show you the house before we rest." The main entrance opened into a spacious foyer with a staircase rising to the second floor. Polished wooden floors gleamed beneath oriental carpets in rich colors, while the walls featured a combination of simple plastering and exposed stone that created a natural, harmonious effect. The furnishings throughout were of good quality without being ostentatious. Comfortable chairs designed for actual use rather than formal display, tables that showed signs of daily service rather than decorative function. "The house was built by my father," Chad explained as he guided her through the main rooms, "though I've expanded it considerably over the years." The original structure had just 4 rooms downstairs and 3 bedrooms above. Now we have the parlor, dining room, library, and kitchen on this level, with 6 bedrooms upstairs. "It's lovely," Pamela said sincerely, admiring the natural light that flooded the parlor through large windows. Unlike some frontier homes she had visited, which attempted to recreate Eastern formality with cluttered furnishings and heavy drapes, Chad's house embraced its Western setting. The rooms were spacious and airy, the decor complementing rather than competing with the spectacular views visible from every window. The library particularly impressed her. A comfortable room lined with bookshelves containing a surprisingly extensive collection. A large desk positioned near the windows suggested this was where Chad conducted much of his business correspondence, while a grouping of leather chairs around the fireplace invited quiet reading on cold winter evenings. "You have quite a library," Pamela observed, running her fingers along the spines of leather-bound volumes that included history, science, poetry, and contemporary fiction. "Books were scarce in my childhood," Chad replied. My father valued education but had limited access to reading material. I promised myself that if I ever had the means, I would never lack for books. Something in his tone suggested this simple luxury held special meaning for him, another glimpse beneath the successful businessman's exterior to the man shaped by earlier privations. Their tour concluded upstairs, where Chad led her to a corner bedroom prepared for her stay. The room was spacious and feminine without being fussy, with a large four-poster bed covered in a handmade quilt of blues and creams. A dressing table with mirror stood near the window, while a wardrobe of polished cherry provided ample space for the contents of her trunk. But it was the bay window that immediately captured Pamela's attention. 3 tall windows formed a semicircle that protruded from the main wall, creating a perfect nook with a cushioned window seat. The view encompassed not only the working areas of the ranch, but also a carefully tended garden filled with roses, irises, and a profusion of other flowers that seemed startlingly cultivated amid the surrounding wilderness. "The garden seems almost magical in this setting," Pamela remarked, moving to the window for a better view, "like something transported from a more settled place." Mrs. Simmons, who had followed them upstairs to ensure everything was properly arranged, spoke from the doorway. "That was Mr. Montgomery's mother's garden originally, just a few roses she brought from Mississippi when she married his father. Mr. Chad has maintained it and added to it every year since he took over the property." Pamela turned in surprise, not having realized the housekeeper had joined them. "It's beautiful," she said, glancing at Chad with new understanding. His expression remained composed, but something in his eyes acknowledged the sentiment behind the garden's continued cultivation. "My mother found the frontier challenging," he said simply. "The roses gave her joy in difficult circumstances. It seemed fitting to preserve and expand her efforts." This glimpse of Chad's sentimental nature, the son honoring his mother's memory through flowers in the wilderness, touched Pamela unexpectedly. For all his practical business sense and straightforward manner, he possessed a depth of feeling that expressed itself in quiet, meaningful actions rather than words. "I've had hot water brought up for washing," Mrs. Simmons informed them, her tone brisk but not unfriendly. "Dinner will be served at 6. I thought you might appreciate time to rest after your journey, Miss Johnson." Pamela appreciated both the consideration and the tacit acknowledgement that she had been accepted, at least provisionally, as a guest worthy of the housekeeper's standards. "I'll leave you to refresh yourself," Chad said. "My room is at the end of the hall if you need anything. Otherwise, I'll see you at dinner." After they departed, Pamela moved back to the bay window, gazing out at the ranch that spread before her. From this vantage point, she could see not only the garden below, but also the broader expanse of the valley. Cattle grazing in distant pastures, ranch hands moving with purpose between buildings, the silver ribbon of river gleaming in the afternoon light. The scene conveyed a sense of permanence and prosperity that spoke of Chad's successful stewardship. Her trunk had been brought up and placed against the wall, awaiting unpacking. Her perfumes and personal items would soon occupy the dressing table. Her clothes would fill the cherry wardrobe. For the duration of her visit, this room would be her space within Chad's world, a temporary accommodation that could easily become permanent if their relationship progressed as both now anticipated. The thought sent a shiver of both excitement and trepidation through her. Standing in this room, surrounded by the tangible evidence of Chad's life and accomplishments, Pamela could envision herself here permanently with startling clarity. She could see herself reading in the library on winter evenings, dining with Chad in the handsome dining room, perhaps even adding her own touches to the house that would mark it as their shared home rather than simply his. The vision was both alluring and frightening. Despite their discussions about maintaining her independence in business, the reality of Chad's world, so different from her own small apartment above the perfumery, highlighted the magnitude of the changes marriage to him would bring. Here, she would be mistress of a substantial household, overseeing domestic matters far more complex than her simple living arrangements in Redstone Ridge. Here, her identity would inevitably expand beyond Pamela Johnson perfumer to include Mrs. Montgomery, ranch owner's wife. Could she truly balance both roles? Would her business, the independence she had fought so hard to establish, gradually become secondary to the demands of this larger life? Chad had promised to support her continued work, had even suggested establishing production facilities at the ranch. But standing here, seeing the scope of his domain, Pamela couldn't help wondering if practical realities would eventually overwhelm good intentions. She sank onto the window seat, suddenly aware of the fatigue from their long journey and the emotional impact of these new surroundings. Chad Montgomery had become central to her life with a speed and completeness that still occasionally startled her. Despite her careful defenses, despite her determination to maintain independence, she had fallen in love with him more deeply than she had ever intended or imagined possible. Now, visiting his home for the first time, seeing this essential part of who he was, Pamela recognized that her heart had already made decisions her practical mind was still deliberating. Whatever adjustments their future together might require, whatever compromise might be necessary to join their separate worlds, the prospect of building a life with Chad increasingly outweighed her fears of losing herself in the process. The realization was both liberating and terrifying, another step toward vulnerability she had spent years avoiding. Yet, as Pamela gazed out at the flowering garden that Chad maintained in memory of his mother, she found herself more willing to embrace that vulnerability than she would have believed possible just months ago. Love, it seemed, had its own logic, one that transcended her careful calculations and self-protective instincts. The question remaining was whether love alone would be sufficient foundation for the bridge they needed to build between their separate worlds. Pamela woke to sunlight streaming through the bay window and the distant sounds of ranch life already in full swing. For a moment, she lay still, orienting herself in the unfamiliar room. The feather mattress cradled her comfortably, the handmade quilt warm against the morning chill that lingered even in late spring at this higher elevation. A soft knock at the door roused her fully. "Miss Johnson," called a young voice. "Mrs. Simmons sent me with hot water and to tell you breakfast will be served in half an hour." "Thank you," Pamela called back. "Please tell Mrs. Simmons I'll be down shortly." The maid, a girl of perhaps 16 with a shy smile, entered with a steaming pitcher. "Mrs. Simmons said to tell you Mr. Montgomery is waiting to show you the ranch after breakfast, miss. She said you might want to wear something practical." Practical attire had been among Pamela's careful packing considerations. She selected a divided riding skirt of sturdy brown wool and a crisp white shirtwaist, an outfit that would allow her to mount a horse if necessary while maintaining appropriate modesty. Her high-topped leather boots, polished to a soft gleam, completed the ensemble. Downstairs, she found Chad waiting in the dining room, dressed in what appeared to be his everyday ranch attire. Denim trousers, a chambray shirt, and a leather vest that somehow managed to look both practical and flattering on his tall frame. His smile of approval at her clothing choice warmed her more than the coffee Mrs. Simmons promptly poured. "I thought we'd ride out to see the North Pastures this morning," Chad said as they enjoyed a breakfast of steak, eggs, and biscuits light enough to float off the plate. "Miguel has the men moving some of the new calves and their mothers. It's quite a sight if you've never seen a cattle operation before." "I'd like that," Pamela replied, genuinely interested in understanding this vital part of Chad's life. An hour later, mounted on a gentle mare Chad had selected specifically for her, Pamela rode beside him toward the distant pastures where most of the cattle grazed. The day was perfect. Clear blue skies, mild temperatures, and just enough breeze to keep the air fresh. "The ranch runs about 5,000 head of cattle at present," Chad explained as they rode. "Mostly Herefords crossed with Longhorn for hardiness. We've been selectively breeding to improve both meat quality and winter survival rates." "How do you manage such large numbers?" Pamela asked, watching a group of cowboys in the distance moving a herd with practiced coordination. "Carefully established routines and good men," Chad replied. "The cattle are rotated between pastures to prevent overgrazing. Different herds are kept separate, breeding stock, market-ready steers, new calves, and their mothers. Each requires different handling and attention." As they approached the working cowboys, Pamela observed the precision of their movements, how they communicated with subtle hand signals, the way their horses responded to knee pressure rather than visible cues. The ranch hands nodded respectfully to Chad, but continued their work without interruption. "That's Miguel," Chad said, indicating a weathered Mexican man astride a magnificent black stallion. "My foreman for 15 years and the finest horseman I've ever known." As if sensing their attention, Miguel looked up and guided his horse toward them. Up close, Pamela could see the deep lines etched into his sun-darkened face and the quiet intelligence in his dark eyes. "Buenos dias, patron," he greeted Chad, then tipped his hat to Pamela. "Señorita." "Miguel, this is Miss Pamela Johnson," Chad introduced. "Miss Johnson, Miguel Vasquez, without whom this ranch would likely fall into chaos within a week." The echo of his introduction of Mrs. Simmons brought a smile to Pamela's lips. Clearly, Chad valued those who helped maintain his enterprises. "Your operation is impressive, Mr. Vasquez," she said. "I've never seen cattle handled with such efficiency." Something in Miguel's expression suggested both surprise and approval at her direct comment about the work, rather than pleasant. "Gracias, señorita. 15 years working with the Petón, we have learned many things together." "Miguel taught me most of what I know about cattle," Chad admitted, without a hint of false modesty. "When I first arrived, I was just a timberman with ambitions beyond my experience." "He learns quick," Miguel countered with obvious respect. "Some men born to the land never understand it as well as the Petón." They continued their tour, riding alongside the cowboys as they moved a group of cows and calves to fresh pasture. Pamela asked questions about breeding cycles, market timing, and winter feeding practices, her natural business acumen allowing her to quickly grasp the economic complexities underlying the picturesque scene. "You understand the principles remarkably well," Chad observed as they rode toward the eastern section of the property. "Most visitors see only the romantic aspects of ranch life, not the careful financial calculations required for success." "Business is business, whether the product is perfume or beef cattle," Pamela replied. "The scales differ, but the fundamentals of supply, demand, quality control, and capital investment remain similar." Chad's smile conveyed both pride and pleasure at her understanding. "Exactly so, though I confess the variables in ranching can be more unpredictable. Drought, harsh winters, disease outbreaks. Which necessitates larger profit margins to create reserves against poor years," Pamela concluded, "just as I must account for potential supply disruptions or spoilage in my more delicate ingredients." Their conversation continued in this vein as they rode toward a small clearing near the edge of the pine forest. There, nestled beneath towering trees, stood a simple log cabin with a stone chimney. Though clearly maintained, its rough-hewn logs and modest dimensions contrasted sharply with the main house they had left that morning. "My first home on the ranch," Chad explained as they dismounted. "I lived here alone for 2 years while saving to build the main house. Come, I'll show you." The cabin's interior was simple but comfortable. One main room with a stone fireplace, a small kitchen area, and a curtained-off sleeping space. A desk beneath the window suggested Chad had conducted business from this humble beginning. "You lived here while establishing the ranch?" Pamela asked, trying to reconcile the successful businessman she knew with the solitary life this small cabin represented. "After the war, I had little capital beyond determination," Chad said, his gaze moving around the cabin with what appeared to be fond remembrance rather than embarrassment. "I worked alongside the men from dawn until dusk, then spent evenings planning expansions and keeping records at that desk." Pamela tried to imagine Chad, now accustomed to fine-tailored clothing and the respect of businessmen throughout the territory, eating simple meals alone in this cabin after days of physical labor. The contrast between those beginnings and his current success revealed a depth of perseverance she found deeply admirable. "We should continue if we're to make it back for lunch," Chad said, holding the door for her. "Mrs. Simmons is quite strict about punctuality, even with the owner." Their morning tour concluded at the bunkhouse, where the unmarried ranch hands took their meals. A long table dominated the main room, surrounded by benches worn smooth from years of use. As they entered, a dozen men rose respectfully from their places. "Please continue," Chad said, gesturing for them to resume their meal. "Miss Johnson and I will join you." Pamela found herself seated between Chad and an older cowboy named Jeb, whose weathered face suggested decades of outdoor work. Though initially reserved in her presence, the men gradually relaxed as lunch progressed, particularly when Chad inquired about their families or commented on their work with specific knowledge of their responsibilities. "Ms. Johnson owns a perfumery in Redstone Ridge," Chad explained when one of the younger hands asked politely about her connection to the ranch. Her business sense rivals any banker's, and her products are now sold in Denver's finest establishments. The simple pride in his voice as he described her work, with no hint of condescension or qualification, warmed Pamela deeply. Most men would have minimized a woman's business achievements, particularly in front of ranch hands. Chad's matter-of-fact acknowledgement of her success spoke volumes about his genuine respect. "I remember when the boss first came here," Jeb commented during a lull in the conversation, his voice carrying the distinctive drawl of Texas. "Barely older than you boys, but twice as determined. Used to work alongside us every day, didn't matter if it was branding calves or mending fences." "Jeb's been here since my father's time," Chad explained to Pamela. "He's too polite to mention how often he had to correct my early mistakes." "Weren't so many," Jeb countered loyally. "You had good sense even then. Listened more than you talked. Most young fellows with money to invest do the opposite." The meal continued with similar reminiscences, giving Pamela insights into Chad's early days at the ranch that she could never have gained in Redstone Ridge. She observed the genuine respect the men had for him, not merely as their employer, but as someone who had earned their regard through shared work and fair treatment. After lunch, their tour continued through the timber operation that had formed Chad's original business interest. The careful management of forest resources, the selective harvesting that ensured sustainability, the efficient milling operation that maximized the value of each tree, all demonstrated the same thoughtful approach she had observed in the cattle operation. By the time they returned to the main house late that afternoon, Pamela had developed a new appreciation for the scope of Chad's achievements. The ranch represented not merely financial success, but a carefully constructed ecosystem of interdependent elements: cattle, timber, crops, and people, all managed with respectful stewardship. That evening, as twilight painted the distant mountains in shades of purple and gold, they sat together on the wide porch swing. The gentle creaking of the chains and the distant lowing of cattle created a peaceful backdrop to their conversation. "Your ranch is even more impressive than I'd imagined," Pamela admitted, her hands cradling a cup of Mrs. Simmons's excellent coffee. "I understand now why you speak of it with such pride." "It's the work of many hands," Chad replied modestly. "I merely provided direction and capital." "You provided considerably more than that, from what I observed today." Pamela turned slightly to face him. "The men respect you not for your position, but for your character. That isn't purchased with capital." The fading light softened Chad's features as he considered her words. "I've tried to create something worthwhile here. Not just profitable, but sustainable. A place where people are valued for their contributions, where the land is respected rather than merely exploited." "You've succeeded admirably." Pamela hesitated, then voiced the question that had been forming throughout the day. "Could you envision a place for my perfumery within this world you've built? Not as an afterthought or hobby, but as a genuine enterprise." Chad's expression grew thoughtful. "I've been considering that very question since we discussed it in Redstone Ridge. The eastern wing of the barn could be converted to a workshop with excellent light and ventilation. The wildflowers in the high meadows might provide unique essences not available elsewhere. With proper equipment and perhaps an assistant brought from town, you could develop new product lines while maintaining your Redstone Ridge shop for retail sales." The specificity of his answer, clearly the result of careful consideration rather than hasty reassurance, touched Pamela deeply. He had genuinely thought about how her business might integrate with ranch life, not as a concession to her independence, but as a natural extension of the productive enterprise he had built. "You've given this real thought?" she said softly. "Of course." Chad's hand found hers on the swing between them. "Your work is part of who you are, Pamela. Any future we build together must honor that reality." As darkness settled fully over the ranch, they continued discussing possibilities, how her business might expand to incorporate botanicals unique to the ranch environment, how seasonal production might coordinate with quieter periods in the ranch calendar, how her existing clients might be served through regular trips to Redstone Ridge. The picture that emerged was not one of compromise or sacrifice, but of genuine integration. Two separate enterprises enhancing each other through thoughtful coordination. For the first time, Pamela could envision a future that expanded rather than contracted her business horizons. That added new dimensions to her work, rather than diminishing its importance. Later, as she prepared for bed, Pamela found herself standing again at the bay window, gazing out at the ranch buildings, now silvered by moonlight. What had seemed an alien world that morning had begun to feel increasingly like a place where she might belong. Not as a visitor or even as Chad's wife, but as a woman with her own valuable contributions to make to this carefully balanced community. The next 2 days followed similar patterns. Mornings spent exploring different aspects of the ranch operation, afternoons devoted to understanding the timber business or visiting nearby properties, evenings relaxing on the porch or in the comfortable library. Pamela found herself increasingly comfortable in Chad's world, able to see how her own skills and interests might complement the life he had built here. On the third evening of her visit, Mrs. Simmons approached her as she was dressing for dinner, her usual brisk manner softened by what appeared to be suppressed excitement. "Mr. Montgomery asked me to inform you that we will have guests for dinner tonight," the housekeeper announced. "His nieces and nephews and their spouses will be joining us. They were quite insistent on meeting you during your visit." Pamela felt a flutter of nervousness. Chad had spoken of his brother's children, whom he had raised after their parents' deaths, but meeting them represented a significant step, an introduction to the only family he acknowledged. "Thank you, Mrs. Simmons." Pamela glanced at the dresses she had brought, suddenly concerned about making the right impression. "Would you recommend the blue silk or the burgundy for such an occasion?" "The burgundy suits your coloring beautifully," Mrs. Simmons replied with unexpected warmth. "And if I may say so, miss, they're good young people. They think the world of their uncle." Properly attired in the burgundy silk that had become something of a talisman for important moments with Chad, Pamela descended to the parlor just as the sound of carriage wheels announced the arrival of guests. Chad waited at the foot of the stairs, his usually calm expression betraying a hint of nervous anticipation. "You look beautiful," he said quietly as she reached him. "I hope you don't mind the surprise." They were determined to meet you, and rather persistent about it. "Of course I don't mind," Pamela assured him, though her racing heart suggested otherwise. "I've been curious about them since you first mentioned raising them." Before Chad could respond, the front door opened to admit a small crowd of visitors. 3 young couples ranging in age from mid-20s to early 30s, their voices overlapping in cheerful greetings. "Uncle Chad!" A tall young man with Chad's dark hair and strong features stepped forward first. "We couldn't wait another day to meet the woman who's finally captured your interest. You've been entirely too secretive, Thomas," Chad said with a mixture of affection and resignation. "Your mother taught you better manners than that." Despite his words, his expression held obvious love for the young man who so resembled him. "Miss Pamela Johnson, may I present my nephew, Thomas Montgomery, and his wife, Caroline." Thomas bowed with a flourish while his pretty blonde wife offered a warm smile. "Please forgive my husband's enthusiasm, Miss Johnson. He's been theorizing about you since Uncle Chad's last letter mentioned a special guest at the ranch." Introductions continued with Mary and her husband, James Wilson, and the youngest, James Montgomery, with his new bride, Sarah. Though their initial curiosity about Pamela was evident, their genuine affection for Chad immediately set her at ease. These were not formal relatives maintaining proper distance, but truly a family bound by deep ties. During dinner, conversation flowed easily among the group. Pamela observed the family resemblances, not just physical traits, but mannerisms and expressions that revealed their years together. Thomas had Chad's way of listening intently before speaking. Mary shared his quiet laugh, and young James had clearly adopted his uncle's courtly manners toward women. "Uncle Chad saved us in every way that matters," Mary explained when Pamela inquired about their early years at the ranch. "We were devastated after our parents died, but he never once made us feel we were a burden. He arranged for proper schooling, attended every recital and exhibition, even learned to braid my hair when I insisted only he could do it properly." "You were 7, Chad recalled with a tender smile, "and determined that your hair ribbon must match your dress precisely each day. You never once complained," Mary countered. "Even when you had been up since dawn working with the ranch hands." Thomas added his own memories. Chad teaching him to ride, to track game, to understand the complex business operations that would one day be his responsibility. He could have sent us to relatives in Mississippi or to boarding schools, Thomas said. Instead, he made us part of building something here, gave us roots when we'd lost everything familiar. Throughout dinner, similar stories emerged. Chad attending school functions despite pressing ranch business, teaching James to read when the boy struggled with formal lessons, ensuring Mary could attend college at a time when higher education for women was still uncommon. He claimed it was because I showed aptitude for science, Mary told Pamela with a fond glance at her uncle. But I suspect he simply believed women deserved the same educational opportunities as men. Rather progressive thinking for Mississippi stock, wouldn't you say? After dinner, while the men retired to the library for brandy and cigars, Mary and her sisters-in-law led Pamela to the parlor. The conversation might have been awkward given their obvious curiosity about her relationship with their beloved uncle, but Mary immediately put her at ease by bringing out a family photograph album. "Uncle Chad would never show you these himself," she confided, opening the leather-bound volume. "He's far too modest. But I think you should see the family you're considering joining." The photographs told a story even more powerful than the dinner conversation. Chad, as a young man, still bearing the lean hardness of war years, standing with 3 children beside the very cabin Pamela had visited. A later image showed him in formal attire at what appeared to be Mary's graduation, his expression conveying unmistakable pride. Another captured him teaching a young James to fish, their similar profiles revealing the family connection despite the absence of blood relation. "He never married after Elizabeth died," Mary said quietly as Pamela studied a formal portrait of the entire family. "Many thought he would, especially once we were grown. There were certainly women who would have accepted his proposal. But he always said he hadn't found anyone who made him want to risk his heart again." She looked directly at Pamela, her expression serious. "Until you, apparently." Before Pamela could formulate a response to this frank assessment, Mary turned the page to reveal a collection of small items pressed between protective sheets. A child's drawing, a pressed flower, a ribbon from what appeared to be a school prize. "He kept everything," Mary explained, her voice softening. "Every drawing, every school certificate, every small token of our lives together. Not because they have value, but because he treasured even the smallest achievements in our lives." The revelation of this sentimental side of Chad, the successful businessman who maintained such careful control in his professional dealings, moved Pamela deeply. The album revealed a man whose capacity for love ran far deeper than his reserved exterior might suggest. When the men rejoined them, the evening continued with music, Mary at the piano, Thomas displaying a fine baritone, even Chad contributing a surprisingly pleasant tenor to familiar songs. Throughout, Pamela observed the easy rapport between them, the shared jokes and references that spoke of a genuine family bond rather than mere obligation. As the visitors prepared to leave near midnight, the farewells included warm invitations for Pamela to visit their homes during her stay. "You must come to dinner at our house before you return to Redstone Ridge," Caroline insisted, clasping Pamela's hands warmly. "Thomas has been working on the garden, and I'm eager to show it to someone who might appreciate it properly." "And you must see the new hospital wing," Mary added. "James and I would be delighted to give you a tour. Uncle Chad has been our most generous supporter, but we could use a woman's perspective on making the patient rooms more comfortable." Their easy inclusion of her in future plans, their automatic assumption that she would remain part of their uncle's life, touched Pamela in unexpected ways. This was not mere politeness, but genuine acceptance. They had evaluated her during the evening and found her worthy of joining their close-knit circle. After the last carriage departed, Chad and Pamela stood together on the porch, watching the moon-silvered road until the vehicles disappeared from view. "They're wonderful," Pamela said sincerely. "You've raised them to be remarkable people." "They raised themselves in many ways," Chad replied, though his expression revealed pleasure at her assessment. "I merely provided stability and whatever guidance I could offer." "You provided much more than that," Pamela countered gently. "They adore you. Not from obligation, but from genuine love and respect. That isn't achieved through mere stability." They walked back inside together, Chad's hand resting lightly at the small of her back, in a gesture that had become familiar over the course of her visit. The house seemed quieter after the evening's lively gathering, though no less welcoming. At the foot of the stairs, Chad paused, his expression thoughtful. "I hope meeting them hasn't overwhelmed you. They can be rather enthusiastic in their opinions." "Not overwhelmed," Pamela assured him, impressed and touched by their immediate acceptance. "They've been curious about you since I first mentioned my visits to Redstone Ridge," Chad admitted. "I suspect they've been planning this evening since learning of your visit to the ranch." "I'm glad they did." Pamela met his gaze directly. "Seeing you with them, understanding that part of your life, it matters, Chad. It helps me know you more completely." His smile in response held a depth of feeling that required no words. He raised her hand to his lips in the courtly gesture that had become a cherished ritual between them. "Good night, Pamela. Sleep well." Later, as she prepared for bed, Pamela found herself reflecting on the evening's revelations. Chad's family had accepted her without reservation, including her in their circle with a warmth her mother had never experienced from Pamela's father's relatives. They had evaluated her not as an inconvenient attachment to be tolerated, but as a welcome addition to their family unit. More significantly, the evening had revealed dimensions of Chad's character impossible to discern in their interactions in Redstone Ridge: his commitment to the children who had become his responsibility, his willingness to reshape his life to accommodate their needs, his quiet pride in their achievements, all spoke of a capacity for selfless love that transcended mere duty. As Pamela slipped beneath the quilt, her mind returned to the photograph album Mary had shown her, the visual evidence of a man who had built not merely a successful business, but a genuine family bound by love rather than obligation. A man capable of the depth of commitment that marriage would require. The realization settled over her with warming certainty. In Chad Montgomery, she had found not just a business partner or potential husband, but a man whose capacity for love and loyalty had been proven through years of quiet dedication to those in his care. For a woman whose experience with men had been defined by her father's betrayal and Davis's manipulation, this evidence of Chad's character provided reassurance that no words alone could have offered. In this house, surrounded by the family he had built, Pamela found her remaining doubts about their future together gradually dissolving in the face of such compelling testimony. "I have something to show you," Chad said the next morning as they finished breakfast. His expression held a hint of suppressed excitement that piqued Pamela's curiosity. "It's a surprise I've been working on since before your visit." Mrs. Simmons, clearing plates with her usual efficiency, exchanged a knowing glance with Chad that further intrigued Pamela. Whatever this surprise entailed, the housekeeper was clearly privy to it. And approved. "Should I change?" Pamela asked, glancing down at her simple morning dress of blue cotton. "Not at all. We're staying close to the house." Chad rose and offered his hand. "If you're finished?" Outside, the spring morning had blossomed into perfection. Bees hummed among the garden flowers, the distant mountains stood crisp against a cloudless sky, and the ranch buildings gleamed with fresh whitewash in the morning light. Rather than heading toward the barns or corrals, Chad guided her along a stone path that curved behind the kitchen garden toward a small structure Pamela had noted but not explored during her previous days at the ranch. The building had clearly once been a tool shed or workshop, its sturdy log construction similar to the cabin where Chad had first lived. But as they approached, Pamela noticed significant modifications. New windows had been installed on 3 sides, the door had been replaced with a more substantial version, and the roof appeared freshly shingled. "What is this?" she asked as Chad paused before the door, his expression both pleased and slightly nervous. "See for yourself," he replied, pushing the door open and stepping aside for her to enter first. Pamela crossed the threshold and stopped in wonderment. The interior had been completely transformed from whatever utilitarian purpose it had previously served. Smooth wooden counters ran along 2 walls beneath the new windows, which allowed abundant natural light to flood the space. Shelves had been installed at careful intervals, sized perfectly for bottles and supplies. A small but efficient-looking stove stood in one corner, clearly intended for heating materials rather than cooking. In the center of the room stood a workbench that immediately drew Pamela's eye. Its surface sanded to satin smoothness, its height exactly right for comfortable standing work, with drawers and compartments built into its base for storage. "I thought it might serve as a secondary workspace for your perfumery," Chad explained, watching her reaction closely. The light is excellent throughout most of the day, and the cross ventilation from the windows should provide proper airflow for your work. Pamela turned slowly, taking in every detail of the carefully prepared space. The modifications had been made with specific attention to the requirements of perfume creation. The counters positioned to maximize working area, the shelves spaced to accommodate bottles of various sizes, even a small sink installed in one corner with a pump that presumably connected to the ranch's water system. "When did you do all this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The basic renovations were completed last month," Chad replied. "The specific furnishings were added after our conversation about your possible visit. I wanted you to see that your work could have a place here, not as an afterthought, but as an integral part of ranch life." The simple statement, coupled with the physical evidence of his commitment to her continued independence, overwhelmed Pamela with its significance. This wasn't merely polite accommodation of her business. It was tangible proof that Chad had considered her needs with the same careful attention he gave to every aspect of his ranch operations. "It's perfect," she said, running her hand along the workbench's smooth surface. "You've thought of everything, the light, the ventilation, the work heights." "I may have consulted the layout of your shop in town," Chad admitted with a smile. "And Miguel's wife Elena assisted with determining the proper counter height for comfortable work. She's about your stature." Pamela tried to imagine Chad measuring her workbench in Redstone Ridge, consulting with the foreman's wife about ergonomic details, planning this space long before he had any certainty about her feelings for him. The level of consideration took her breath away. "The Western Meadows have wild lavender that might be harvested for your formulations," Chad continued, warming to the subject now that he could see her positive reaction. "And the ranch's carpentry shop could produce specialized crates for shipping finished products to Denver or beyond. With regular trips to Redstone Ridge to maintain your primary shop, you could essentially operate in both locations." Pamela moved to the windows, gazing out at the view of distant mountains and closer gardens. "You've created this without any guarantee that She paused, then turned to face him directly. "That I would consider a future here with you," Chad's expression softened. "I wanted you to see possibilities, not expectations. To know that if," he corrected himself, "when you make your decision about us, it need not involve abandoning what you've built through your own talents and determination." The distinction was significant. He hadn't presumed her answer, but had prepared for the possibility of a shared future while respecting her need to reach her own conclusions. It was exactly this balance of hopeful planning and respectful patience that had gradually dismantled Pamela's long-standing defenses against deeper attachment. "When I make my decision," she echoed softly, acknowledging the inevitability he had recognized. Chad moved closer, his expression more vulnerable than she had ever seen it. "Is it too presumptuous to hope that decision might be made soon? That you might consider building a life with me, Pamela? Not as my wife only, but as my partner in the fullest sense?" The directness of the question, not quite a proposal, but clearly moving in that direction, hung in the sunlit air between them. For the first time, they stood at the threshold of openly discussing marriage without either pulling back from the implication. "Not presumptuous," Pamela replied, her heart racing despite her outward composure. "But I would need certain assurances beyond this workspace, beautiful as it is." "Name them," Chad said simply. "I want to maintain my business identity even after marriage," she stated clearly, watching his reaction. "Not Mrs. Montgomery's little hobby, but Pamela Johnson, perfumer, continuing the enterprise I've built." Chad nodded without hesitation. "I would expect nothing less. Your business success is part of who you are. Why would I want to diminish that? And I would need regular time in Redstone Ridge, not just occasional visits," she continued. "The shop there represents years of work and established clientele I'm not willing to abandon." "We've already discussed dividing our time between locations," Chad reminded her. "The ranch operates effectively during my absences, and will continue to do so. We could establish a regular schedule, perhaps 2 weeks here, 1 week in town, or whatever. Balance proves most practical." His easy acceptance of conditions that most men of the era would have found objectionable reinforced Pamela's growing certainty that Chad Montgomery was unlike any man she had previously known. Not merely different from her father or Davis in his personal integrity, but fundamentally different in his perspective on women's capabilities and independence. "One last condition," Pamela said, her voice softening as she stepped closer to him. "I would need to know that you are proposing marriage because you truly want me as your wife, not because you think it's the proper conclusion to our courtship or the expected next step in your life." Chad's expression held no uncertainty as he reached for her hands, enfolding them in his larger ones. "Pamela Johnson, I want you as my wife because I love you, your intelligence, your determination, your courage in building a life on your own terms. I admire the businesswoman as much as I cherish the woman behind that public face. Nothing would give me greater joy than creating a shared life that honors both who you are and who I am." The simple declaration, spoken in the sunlit workspace he had created specifically for her, penetrated the last defensive barriers around Pamela's heart. This was no practiced seduction or calculated advance, but the honest expression of a man who had proven his character through consistent action over months of acquaintance. "Then yes," she said, her voice steady despite the emotion welling within her, "I will marry you, Chad Montgomery. Not immediately. We have practical matters to arrange first. But yes, I will be your wife." The joy that transformed his features made him appear years younger, the habitual reserve giving way to unbridled happiness. He drew her close, one hand cradling her cheek with infinite tenderness. "May I?" he asked, though the answer was evident in her upturned face. Their kiss in the doorway of her potential new workspace symbolized more than mere affection. It represented the merging of their separate lives, the promise of a future that would enhance rather than diminish either of them. Pamela felt the significance of the moment resonate through her, the choice made not from desperate need or social expectation, but from the strength of mutual respect and genuine love. When they finally separated, slightly breathless but smiling, Chad kept her hand in his as they stepped outside into the spring sunshine. Together, they walked back toward the main house, their conversation turning naturally to plans and possibilities. When the wedding might occur, how they would divide their time between ranch and town, what adjustments each would need to make for their shared future. "We should wait until after the summer cattle drive," Chad suggested as they strolled along the stone path. "That would give us time to prepare both the ranch and your shop for the new arrangements. Perhaps an autumn wedding?" "September would be lovely," Pamela agreed, the practical details somehow making the decision more real than their emotional declarations. "The weather would be mild enough for travel, and I could arrange for Lily to manage the shop during our absence afterward. We could visit San Francisco," Chad suggested, "or even travel east to New York if you prefer. I've never taken a proper holiday from the ranch, but it seems a fitting time to start." The easy way he included her in these future plans, consulting rather than dictating, reinforced Pamela's confidence in their compatibility. This was indeed to be a true partnership, not the uneven arrangement her mother had endured. As they approached the main house, Pamela paused, tugging gently on Chad's hand to stop him as well. "Thank you," she said simply, "for creating that workspace, for understanding what my independence means to me, for making room in your life for all of who I am, not just the parts that fit conventional expectations." Chad's smile held a tenderness that made her heart turn over in her chest. "I would be a fool to want you to be less than the remarkable woman you are, Pamela. Your strength and independence are not obstacles to overcome, but qualities to cherish." With those words echoing in her mind, Pamela entered the house beside the man who would become her husband, more certain of her decision with each passing moment. That afternoon, the peaceful glow of their newly acknowledged engagement was interrupted by an unexpected development. Miguel rode into the yard alongside a young ranch hand who had been sent to the nearest town for supplies and mail the previous day. Chad met them at the porch steps, exchanging brief words in Spanish with Miguel before accepting a bundle of correspondence from the younger man. As he sorted through the envelopes, his expression changed subtly. "There's something for you," he said, holding out a cream-colored envelope addressed in unfamiliar handwriting. "Boarded from Redstone Ridge," according to the notation. Curious, Pamela accepted the letter. Few people wrote to her directly. Business correspondence generally went to the shop, and her limited circle of personal acquaintances rarely communicated by mail. The handwriting was elegant, but showed signs of weakness or age in its slight tremor. "Join me in the library when you've finished your business with Miguel," she suggested, eager to read the unexpected communication in privacy. Chad nodded, his attention already returning to ranch matters as Pamela carried the letter inside. In the comfortable library, she settled into a leather chair near the window and carefully broke the seal. The stationery within was expensive, the kind used by gentlemen of means for formal correspondence. The letter itself was brief, little more than a single page covered in the same tremulous handwriting as the envelope, but it was the signature at the bottom that made Pamela's blood run cold. John Elliott Johnson, her father. With hands that had begun to shake, she forced herself to read the short message. "My dear Pamela, I write this letter uncertain if it will reach you or if, having reached you, it will be read rather than destroyed unread. Either response would be justified given the circumstances of our last communication. I find myself in poor health, with the likelihood of recovery diminishing by the day. In such circumstances, a man naturally reflects on his life's decisions and their consequences. I can say with complete honesty that no decision has weighed more heavily upon me than my abandonment of you and your mother. While no apology can adequately address such a grievous wrong, I nevertheless offer one, not in expectation of forgiveness, but in acknowledgement of truth. I was wrong, Pamela. Wrong in my actions, wrong in my priorities, wrong in sacrificing the genuine affection of one family for the social advantages of another. Should you be willing to grant a dying man's request, I would very much like to see you once more before the end. I am currently residing at the address below in San Francisco, where my physician believes the sea air might prove beneficial to my lungs. Whether you choose to come or not, please know that I have followed your progress from afar and take pride in the independent woman you have become, despite rather than because of your father's influence. With sincere regret for past wrongs, John Elliott Johnson." Pamela stared at the signature, her emotions too tangled to immediately identify. 15 years of silence broken by this deathbed communication. 15 years during which she and her mother had rebuilt their lives from the ruins his desertion had created. 15 years in which she had gradually transformed grief and betrayal into the determination that had shaped her independent path. The letter slipped from her fingers, floating to the carpet as she rose from the chair, needing movement to process the turmoil within her. How dare he reach out now when illness had apparently prompted belated regret? How dare he claim to have followed her progress when he had made no effort to contact her during the years when such interest might have mattered? Yet beneath the anger lay something more complicated, a flicker of the child who had once adored her charming, attentive father. The girl who had believed his promises and treasured his praise. The daughter who had never fully understood why she had not been enough for him to stay. Pamela found herself moving through the house and out into the garden, seeking the solace of fresh air and open space. The carefully tended roses, maintained by Chad in memory of his mother, seemed to mock her turmoil with their perfect blooms and sweet fragrance. How long she wandered among the garden paths, she couldn't have said. The afternoon sun had shifted noticeably when she became aware of footsteps approaching. Chad, his expression concerned as he found her seated on a stone bench beneath a flowering dogwood. "Miguel mentioned you seemed distressed when you read your letter," he said, settling beside her without touching her, giving her space while offering presence. "Can I help?" Pamela realized she still held the envelope, crumpled now from her unconscious grip. "It's from my father," she said, the words sounding strange even to her own ears. "The first communication in over 15 years. Chad's eyebrows rose in surprise, but he remained silent, waiting for her to continue rather than pressing for details. The patience in his silence, the willingness to let her process at her own pace, was exactly what she needed in that moment. "He claims to be ill, possibly dying," she continued, smoothing the crumpled envelope with fingers that weren't entirely steady. "He wants to see me before the end. He's in San Francisco." "I see," Chad said quietly. His hand moved to cover hers on the bench between them, a gentle point of contact that anchored without constraining. How do you feel about this unexpected communication? The simple question, focused on her feelings rather than what she should do, opened the floodgates of Pamela's tangled emotions. Angry, she admitted, the word bursting forth with unexpected force. Furious that he would presume to contact me after all this time, that he would disrupt the life I've built without him, the peace I've made with his abandonment, her voice caught. And yet? And yet? Chad prompted gently when she fell silent. And yet there's a part of me, a foolish, childish part, that wants to know why, Pamela confessed, ashamed of this weakness. Why we weren't enough for him to stay. Why the family in Virginia mattered more than we did. Questions I've carried for 15 years without answers. Chad's thumb traced soothing circles on the back of her hand. That's not foolish, Pamela. It's human to seek understanding, especially of wounds that shaped us so profoundly. What would you do? She asked, turning to face him directly. If you were in my position? Chad considered the question with the seriousness it deserved. I can't answer that, he said finally. The relationship between parent and child is too personal for outside judgment. I can only say that whatever decision you make, to see him or not, I will support without reservation. His refusal to offer easy advice, to pretend certainty where none was possible, touched Pamela deeply. This was a man who respected her enough to allow her own resolution of deeply personal matters, who offered support without attempting to control. I don't know what to do, she admitted, the confession somehow easier for his understanding. Part of me wants to burn the letter and pretend it never arrived. Another part wonders if I'll regret not taking this opportunity for closure if he truly is dying. You don't need to decide immediately, Chad pointed out. The letter will keep for a few days while you consider the matter, and regardless of what you choose, you won't face it alone unless you wish to. The simple promise that she need not navigate this unexpected emotional labyrinth by herself eased something tight within Pamela's chest. Unlike the abandoned child she had once been, she now had someone who stood firmly beside her, offering strength without demanding specific choices. Thank you, she said softly, for not telling me what I should do, for understanding that this is complicated. Chad's smile held no expectation of gratitude. You're a woman of intelligence and strength, Pamela. My role isn't to direct your decisions, but to support them even when they're difficult or uncertain. As the sun began its descent toward the western mountains, they remained in the garden, discussing possibilities without reaching conclusions. Chad listened as Pamela worked through her conflicted feelings, offering occasional insights but never pushing her toward a particular resolution. By the time they returned to the house for dinner, Pamela had reached no firm decision about her father's letter. Yet she felt stronger for having shared the burden, for having exposed her complicated emotions to someone who neither judged them nor tried to simplify what was inherently complex. Later that night, as she prepared for bed, Pamela found herself standing again at the bay window of her guest room. The ranch buildings were silver in the moonlight, the distant mountains dark against the star-filled sky. In the morning, life would continue. There were plans to discuss, a future to shape together, practical decisions to make about their engagement and eventual marriage. Her father's letter complicated these happy developments, reopening wounds she had thought long healed. Yet even this unexpected shadow could not dim the certainty that had grown within her during her visit to the ranch. The knowledge that in Chad Montgomery, she had found someone who would stand beside her through whatever challenges life presented. Whether she ultimately decided to see her father or not, Pamela knew she would face that decision from a position of strength rather than vulnerability. The abandoned daughter had become a woman secure in her own worth, loved for exactly who she was rather than who someone else wished her to be. It was perhaps the greatest gift Chad had given her, not the workspace he had created or the future he offered, but the consistent respect that had allowed her to reclaim parts of herself long buried beneath protective layers of independence and caution. As she turned from the window toward her bed, Pamela felt a curious peace settle over her despite the turmoil her father's letter had created. Tomorrow would bring its own decisions and challenges, but for tonight, it was enough to know that whatever path she chose, she would walk it beside someone who valued her strength rather than seeking to diminish it. "Wear your riding clothes," Chad said as they finished their midday meal on the final day of Pamela's visit. "I'd like to show you one last part of the ranch before we leave tomorrow." Something in his expression, a combination of eagerness and barely concealed nervousness, piqued Pamela's curiosity. Throughout the week, Chad had guided her through every significant aspect of ranch operations with obvious pride, but no particular anxiety. This suggestion carried a different weight, evident in the way his fingers tapped lightly against the tablecloth, a rare gesture of restlessness from a man typically so composed. "Should I be prepared for rough terrain?" she asked, intrigued by this uncharacteristic display of nerves. "Nothing too challenging," Chad assured her, "but we'll be riding to one of the higher points on the property. The views are worth the climb." An hour later, dressed in her divided riding skirt and sturdy boots, Pamela met Chad at the stables, her gentle mare and Chad's tall bay gelding standing patiently while Miguel made final adjustments to their tack. "Perfect timing," Chad said as she approached. He wore what she had come to recognize as his everyday ranch attire: denim trousers, chambray shirt, and leather vest, with the addition of supple leather gloves for riding. The outfit suited him far better than the formal attire he typically wore in Redstone Ridge, highlighting the natural strength and confidence of his bearing. As Miguel helped her mount, Pamela noticed a small exchange of glances between the two men, something significant and unspoken passing between them. Miguel nodded almost imperceptibly, his weathered face momentarily softening into what might have been a smile before resuming its usual stoic expression. "Ready?" Chad asked, swinging effortlessly into his own saddle. Their path led away from the main ranch buildings, following a well-worn trail that wound gradually upward through stands of pine and aspen. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows across the ground as they climbed. Chad pointed out landmarks as they rode: a distinctive rock formation that served as a boundary marker, a grove of aspens where wild berries grew in abundance during summer months, a natural spring that remained reliable even in the driest seasons. "The ranch was much smaller when my grandfather first claimed it," he explained as they followed the steadily rising trail. "Just the Central Valley and a few hundred acres of surrounding forest. Each generation has added to it. My father through careful trades with neighboring properties, myself through purchasing adjoining lands when they became available." Pamela listened with genuine interest, understanding that these details represented more than mere property transactions. This land was Chad's heritage, the foundation upon which he had built his life's work. In sharing its history, he was inviting her into an essential part of himself. After perhaps an hour's steady climb, the trail emerged from the trees onto a sweeping hillside crowned by a solitary oak tree. The massive tree stood silhouetted against the sky, its spreading branches creating a natural canopy over a grassy area that seemed deliberately maintained as a resting place. A fallen log had been positioned to serve as a rustic bench, and a stack of stones formed a small fire ring, though no fire burned there now. Chad drew his horse to a halt beneath the oak's shade. "We've arrived," he said, dismounting and moving to help Pamela from her saddle. His hands at her waist were steady and strong as he lifted her down, lingering perhaps a moment longer than necessary before releasing her. Turning toward the view, Pamela's breath caught in her throat. From this elevation, the entire ranch spread before them like a living map. The main house and outbuildings now miniature in the distance, the river a silver ribbon winding through emerald pastures, cattle appearing as tiny dots against the landscape. Beyond the ranch boundaries, mountains rose in purple majesty, their snow-capped peaks gleaming in the late afternoon sun. "It's magnificent," she said softly, understanding why Chad had wanted to share this particular vantage point. "My grandfather discovered this spot during his first exploration of the property," Chad explained, tethering the horses to a nearby sapling. "According to family legend, he stood beneath this tree and envisioned everything the ranch might become. Each generation since has come here at significant moments to reflect on the past and consider the future." The simple explanation carried clear significance. This was no casual sightseeing expedition, but a deliberate sharing of family tradition. Another piece of his heritage offered to her with quiet purpose. "I can see why," Pamela replied, moving to the log bench and settling upon it. "The perspective from here gives proper proportion to human efforts against nature's backdrop." Chad's smile suggested she had understood precisely what this place meant to him. He joined her on the bench, both of them gazing outward at the panoramic view. The sun had begun its descent toward the western mountains, painting the sky in deepening shades of gold and amber that would soon give way to sunset's more dramatic hues. For several moments, they sat in companionable silence, the only sounds the gentle rustling of leaves overhead and the occasional soft nickering of the horses. Pamela felt a curious sense of rightness in this moment, a certainty that had been growing throughout her visit to the ranch, crystallizing now into unshakable conviction. "My father brought me here when I was 10, Chad said finally, his voice reflective. He told me that one day the ranch would be my responsibility, not just the land and cattle, but the people who depended on it for their livelihoods. He said that from this vantage point, a man could see both the accomplishments of the past and the possibilities of the future." He turned slightly toward her, his expression more vulnerable than she had ever seen it. "I've come here often over the years, particularly when facing difficult decisions or significant changes. But I've never brought anyone else, until today." The simple statement held profound meaning. Pamela felt its weight settle around her heart, warming rather than burdening. "Thank you for sharing it with me," she said softly, "for allowing me to see the ranch through your eyes, to understand what it means to you." Chad nodded, then rose from the bench and moved to stand before her. The setting sun cast him in silhouette, his tall figure outlined in golden light. He extended his hands, which she took without hesitation, allowing him to draw her to her feet so they stood facing each other in the oak's lengthening shadow. "Pamela," he began, his voice steady despite the emotion evident in his eyes, "when I first met you in your aunt's garden, I knew immediately that you were unlike any woman I had ever encountered. Your independence, your determination, your unwillingness to be charmed by flattery, all intrigued me far more than conventional feminine virtues might have done." His thumbs traced gentle circles on the backs of her hands as he continued. "Over these months of knowing you, that initial intrigue has deepened into profound respect and love. I admire the woman you've made of yourself despite life's disappointments. I cherish your strength as much as your gentleness, your business acumen as much as your artistic sensitivity in creating your perfumes." The sun dipped lower, its rays slanting through the oak's branches to cast dappled light across their joined hands. In the distance, the ranch buildings glowed golden in the late afternoon light, a visual reminder of the life Chad had built through his own determination and vision. "We come from different worlds," he acknowledged, his gaze holding hers steadily. "You from the structured society of the East, then the determined independence of frontier entrepreneurship. Me from Southern traditions, altered irrevocably by war, then rebuilt through Western opportunities. Yet despite these different paths, I believe we share fundamental values: integrity, dedication, resilience, and the courage to forge our own way rather than merely following established patterns." Pamela felt tears gathering, despite her usual composure, moved by the simple eloquence of his words. This was no practiced recitation, but a genuine expression of what she had come to mean to him. "The love I feel for you has only grown stronger as I've come to understand your past, and the ways it has shaped you," Chad continued. "Not despite your determination to maintain independence, but because of it. A weaker man might be threatened by your strength. I find it essential to who you are, to the woman I love and wish to build a future alongside." With one fluid movement, he released her hands and reached into his vest pocket, withdrawing a small object that caught the fading sunlight in brilliant flashes. A ring, its antique gold setting holding a modest diamond surrounded by small sapphires that matched the blue of Pamela's eyes. "This belonged to my grandmother," Chad explained, his voice deepening with emotion. "A woman of remarkable strength who helped my grandfather build the original homestead from wilderness. It seems fitting that it should now belong to a woman of similar determination and vision." He held the ring between them, a tangible symbol of the commitment he offered. "Pamela Johnson, would you do me the honor of becoming my wife, not as a subordinate partner, but as my equal in building a shared future that honors both our separate achievements and our united goals?" Though she had anticipated this moment throughout their ride to this special place, the actual question still sent Pamela's heart racing with a combination of joy and momentary awe at the significance of the step before her. Yet beneath these surface emotions ran a current of absolute certainty. The understanding she had been seeking throughout their courtship finally found in this perfect moment. "Yes," she answered, her voice clear and unwavering despite the tears that now spilled freely down her cheeks. "Yes, Chad Montgomery, I will marry you. With my whole heart I will." His smile transformed his features from their usual serious cast to radiant joy as he took her left hand and slipped the ring onto her finger. The antique band settled perfectly, as if it had been made for her rather than a woman generations removed. "It fits," Pamela said with soft wonder, turning her hand to watch the stones catch the sunset's deepening colors. "As do we," Chat replied simply, drawing her into his embrace. Their kiss beneath the ancient oak tree, silhouetted against the spectacular sunset that now painted the sky in brilliant oranges and purples, sealed promises that went beyond conventional marriage vows. This was not merely a union of man and woman according to society's expectations, but the deliberate joining of two independent souls who had found in each other not completion, but enhancement, each making the other stronger rather than diminished. When they finally separated, Chad kept her close within the circle of his arms, both of them reluctant to break the perfect moment. The sunset had deepened, the distant mountains now dark silhouettes against the flaming sky, the ranch buildings below beginning to show pinpricks of lamplight as evening approached. "We should head back," Chad said eventually, though he made no immediate move to release her. "Mrs. Simmons will be waiting." Pamela raised an eyebrow in question. "Waiting?" Chad's smile turned slightly sheepish. "She may have prepared a special dinner in anticipation of this outcome. The woman has an uncanny ability to read intentions before they're spoken." "So, I've noticed," Pamela replied with a laugh, suddenly understanding the knowing looks that had passed between Chad and his household staff throughout the day. "How many people were in on your plans?" "Only Mrs. Simmons and Miguel," Chad assured her as they moved toward the horses, though I suspect half the ranch hands have drawn their own conclusions over the past week. "You've made quite an impression during your stay." The ride back to the ranch was filled with a buoyant happiness that made the gathering darkness seem illuminated from within. They spoke of practical matters, where they would live during different seasons, how they would manage their respective business interests, small adjustments that would transform separate lives into a shared future. Yet, beneath these sensible discussions ran a current of joy that needed no direct expression. As they approached the main house, now ablaze with more lights than usual for an ordinary evening, Pamela noticed additional horses tethered at the hitching posts. "More surprise guests?" she asked, recognizing Thomas's distinctive black gelding among them. "Family should be part of celebrations," Chad replied, his expression suggesting he considered this self-evident. "I sent word to Thomas this morning asking him to bring the others if you said yes." The thoughtfulness of his planning, his certainty that she would want to share this moment with the family she had only just met but already begun to care for, touched Pamela deeply. It was yet another example of Chad's consistent consideration, his instinctive understanding of what would matter to her. Mrs. Simmons met them at the door. Her usually austere expression softened into genuine pleasure as she noted the ring on Pamela's finger. "Congratulations, Miss Johnson," she said with surprising warmth. "Or perhaps I should begin practicing Mrs. Montgomery in anticipation." "Thank you, Mrs. Simmons," Pamela replied, touched by the older woman's evident approval. "Though I hope you'll continue to call me Pamela, regardless of my married name." "As you wish." The housekeeper nodded, then turned to Chad with what could only be described as maternal pride. "Everything is prepared as you requested. The family is waiting in the dining room." The evening that followed ranked among the happiest of Pamela's life. Thomas, Mary, and James, along with their spouses, greeted the engagement with enthusiastic approval, clearly having anticipated this outcome since their dinner earlier in the week. The celebration meal Mrs. Simmons had prepared features all of Pamela's favorite dishes discovered during her stay, accompanied by champagne Chad had apparently been saving for this specific occasion. Throughout the evening, Pamela found herself observing the easy affection among these people who would soon become her family by marriage. Their genuine happiness for Chad, their ready inclusion of her in their warm circle, created a sense of belonging she had rarely experienced since her father's abandonment. This, she realized, was how family should be: supportive without smothering, interested without interfering, bound by love rather than mere obligation. Later, as the celebration wound down and their guests prepared to depart, Mary embraced Pamela with tears in her eyes. "I've prayed for years that Uncle Chad would find someone worthy of him," she whispered. "Someone who would see beyond his success to the extraordinary man beneath. Thank you for being that person." The simple sincerity of her words echoed in Pamela's heart long after the house had quieted for the night. Standing at her bedroom window for the last time, gazing out at the moonlit ranch that would soon be her second home, she felt a sense of completion, unlike anything she had previously known. The engagement ring caught the moonlight as she raised her hand, still marveling at its presence on her finger. More than a piece of jewelry, it represented a choice made with both heart and mind fully engaged, a commitment to building something larger than individual achievement without sacrificing the independence she had fought so hard to establish. The journey back to Redstone Ridge began early the next morning, the carriage packed with Pamela's belongings and wedding plans already taking shape between them. Chad had insisted on bringing her trunk from the guest room, though ranch hands stood ready to assist. The small gesture, his desire to personally care for her possessions, spoke volumes about the man who would become her husband. September would be ideal for the wedding, Pamela observed as they drove through Catamount Pass, the morning sun illuminating the spectacular view that had so impressed her on their journey to the ranch. After the summer cattle drive, but before the heavy snows make travel difficult for guests. "Perfect timing," Chad agreed, his attention divided between the road and her animated expression. "It gives us nearly 5 months to prepare, both the legal arrangements and the practical matters of combining our households." The engagement ring on Pamela's finger still felt novel, its weight unfamiliar, yet increasingly natural as the hours passed. She found herself glancing at it frequently, each time experiencing anew the certainty of her decision. "I've been thinking about my father's letter," she said, as they descended into the valley that would eventually lead them back to Redstone Ridge. The subject had remained unresolved throughout their visit, though not forgotten amid the joy of their engagement. Chad's expression remained attentive but neutral, allowing her to express her thoughts without influencing her decision. "And what have you concluded?" "I'll write to him," Pamela said, the decision feeling right as she spoke it aloud. "Not committing to a visit yet, but acknowledging his letter and perhaps asking some of the questions I've carried all these years. His answers, or lack thereof, will determine whether I eventually travel to San Francisco." A measured response, Chad observed with approval. Neither ignoring the opportunity for potential closure, nor rushing into a meeting that might prove disappointing. "Would you—" Pamela hesitated, then continued with more confidence. "Would you be willing to accompany me if I do decide to see him? Not immediately, but perhaps later in the summer before our wedding." "Of course," Chad replied without hesitation. "Whenever you're ready, if that's what you choose. You needn't face that meeting alone unless you prefer to." His immediate support, offered without qualification or attempted direction, reinforced Pamela's growing certainty that in Chad Montgomery she had found a partner in the truest sense of the word, someone who would stand beside her through whatever challenges life presented without attempting to control her responses to them. As the miles passed beneath the carriage wheels, their conversation ranged across practical matters of their future together, where they would live during different seasons, how they would divide their time between ranch and town, small adjustments that would transform separate lives into a shared path. Chad spoke of converting an unused room at the ranch house into an office for Pamela's business correspondence, while she suggested modifications to her apartment above the shop to better accommodate his visits to town. "We'll need to hire additional help at both locations," Chad observed. "Perhaps a full-time assistant for your shop who can manage in your absence, and a more experienced housekeeper for the apartment in town." "Lily has shown considerable aptitude," Pamela replied, pleased by his practical approach to their future arrangements. "With proper training, she could manage the shop during our periods at the ranch, and for the town apartment, Mrs. Peterson's daughter is seeking a position now that she's finished her schooling. The ease with which they navigated these discussions, each contributing ideas without attempting to dominate, both focused on solutions that would honor their separate responsibilities while building a shared life, confirmed for Pamela that their partnership would enhance rather than diminish either of them. By late afternoon, the familiar pine forests surrounding Redstone Ridge came into view. Pamela had expected to feel relief at returning to her established routine after the emotional intensity of the ranch visit. Instead, she experienced a curious sense of division, part of her heart remaining with the ranch and the man beside her, even as they approached the town she had called home for years. "It feels different," she said softly as the first buildings appeared along the road. "Coming back this time." Chad glanced at her with understanding. "Because you're seeing it as a temporary rather than permanent home now?" "Not exactly." Pamela considered the complex emotions stirring within her. "More that I'm realizing home isn't defined solely by location anymore. It's where you are, regardless of which property we happen to occupy." The simple truth had crystallized during their journey, that in choosing Chad, she had redefined her understanding of home from a physical place that represented independence to a relationship that enhanced it. The realization was both liberating and profound. Chad's hand covered hers on the seat between them, his touch conveying understanding without need for words. As they drove down Redstone Ridge's main street, heads turned to observe their arrival. The town's independent businesswoman returning from her visit to the wealthy rancher's property, their courtship now common knowledge among the close-knit community. The carriage had barely stopped before the perfumery when Sarah emerged from her shop across the street, clearly having watched for their arrival. Her eyes immediately went to Pamela's hand resting on Chad's arm as he helped her down from the carriage, the engagement ring catching the late afternoon sunlight in unmistakable proclamation. "Pamela Johnson!" Sarah exclaimed, rushing across the dusty street with uncharacteristic disregard for her skirts. "Is that what I think it is?" She grabbed Pamela's left hand without ceremony, examining the ring with wide-eyed delight. "It is! Oh, my dear friend, congratulations!" Her joyful shout drew attention from nearby shops and passers-by, heads turning and conversations pausing as Redstone Ridge's efficient gossip network activated. Within moments, several townspeople had gathered, offering congratulations with varying degrees of enthusiasm, but uniform interest in this development between two of the area's most noteworthy residents. Chad handled the impromptu reception with the same quiet dignity he brought to all public situations, neither discouraging the well-wishers nor playing to their curiosity. His hand remained at the small of Pamela's back, a subtle indication of their connection without inappropriate display. "September wedding, did you say?" Mrs. Baker called from the doorway of her bakery. "I'll need at least a month's notice to prepare a proper cake, and I'll require measurements soon if the dress is to be ready in time," added Mrs. Wilson from the dressmaker's shop, apparently forgetting her previous cool attitude toward Pamela's presumptuous business aspirations in light of her impressive matrimonial success. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Sarah remained, her genuine happiness for her friend evident in every feature. "You must tell me everything," she insisted. "Every detail of the proposal, the ranch, all of it. But first, let's get you settled back home." She turned to Chad with uncharacteristic deference. "With your permission, Mr. Montgomery, I'll help Pamela unpack and hear about her adventures. I promise to return her in perfect condition for dinner, should you have such plans." Chad's smile held genuine appreciation for Sarah's forthright friendship. "I do indeed have dinner plans for my fiancé," he replied, the term sending a pleasant shiver through Pamela despite the public setting. "Perhaps you could return her to me at 7. The Silver Spoon has reserved our usual table." By nightfall, all of Redstone Ridge knew of their engagement. The news spread from shop to home to saloon with the remarkable efficiency of small-town communication networks, embellished slightly with each retelling, but maintaining the essential truth. The independent perfumer and the wealthy rancher had reached an understanding during her visit to his property, their courtship now formalized into an engagement, with a September wedding planned. The town's response proved overwhelmingly positive, despite Pamela's earlier concerns about potential criticism of her decision to marry after such public commitment to independence. Most residents viewed the match with approval, seeing in it both romantic satisfaction and practical advantage. Their local businesswoman now connected to one of the territory's most successful enterprises, potentially bringing increased commerce and recognition to Redstone Ridge itself. That evening, dining at the Silver Spoon amid congratulatory glances and occasional bold well-wishers approaching their table, Pamela marveled at the journey that had brought her to this moment. From initial wariness of Chad's interest to absolute certainty in her decision to become his wife, the transformation had occurred so gradually she had scarcely noticed its progression until completion. "Happy?" Chad asked quietly during a brief lull between visits from townspeople eager to offer congratulations. Pamela met his gaze across the table, finding in his dark eyes the same certainty that had filled her heart since their moment beneath the oak tree. "More than I ever thought possible," she replied with simple honesty. "And you?" His smile held a depth of feeling that required no elaborate declaration. "Completely, absolutely, without reservation." The exchange, brief as it was, contained all the reassurance either needed. They had found in each other not the conventional completion that romance stories proclaimed necessary, but something far more valuable, a partnership that strengthened rather than diminished, that enhanced independence rather than requiring its sacrifice. As they walked back to her shop after dinner, Pamela's hand tucked securely in the crook of Chad's arm, the streets of Redstone Ridge seemed transformed in the evening light. Not by any physical change, but by her altered perspective. This town that had represented her hard-won independence now symbolized merely one aspect of a broader life taking shape before her. At her door, Chad's goodnight kiss held the promise of their future together, its sweetness untainted by the uncertainties that had shadowed previous partings. When they separated, his fingers traced the line of her cheek with gentle reverence. "Until tomorrow," he said softly. "We have plans to finalize, arrangements to consider." "Until tomorrow," Pamela echoed. The simple exchange carrying the weight of all they had discovered together, and all that remained to be explored in the life they would build, not as two separate individuals maintaining careful distance, but as true partners on a shared journey. As she watched him walk toward the hotel, Pamela touched the ring on her finger. Tangible proof of promises made and accepted. The path ahead would undoubtedly hold challenges, adjustments, and occasionally difficult compromises. Yet for perhaps the first time since her father's abandonment had taught her the painful cost of trusting another's constancy, Pamela felt absolutely certain of her course. Not because Chad Montgomery had swept her into a fairy tale romance that overrode practical considerations, but precisely because he hadn't. Their relationship had developed through honest communication, mutual respect, and genuine appreciation of each other's strengths, a foundation far more substantial than fleeting passion or social advantage. In choosing to marry Chad, Pamela had not surrendered the independence she had fought so hard to establish, but expanded its possibilities beyond what she could have achieved alone. Their separate paths, now joined by deliberate choice rather than necessity or convention, promised a journey richer and more fulfilling than either might have traveled separately. With that understanding warming her heart, Pamela Johnson, soon to be Pamela Montgomery, climbed the stairs to her apartment, looking forward not merely to tomorrow, but to all the tomorrows that would follow as she and Chad built their shared future, one day at a time. Chapter 9: New Beginnings. Pamela's shop had undergone a remarkable transformation over the past 3 months. The once pristine counter where she'd conducted business now disappeared beneath stacks of invitations, fabric swatches, and lists written in multiple hands. Display shelves that normally featured her finest perfumes now held samples of wedding cake, flower arrangements preserved in water glasses, and sketches of decorations for the church. Yet somehow, amid this cheerful chaos, business continued to thrive, perhaps even more so, as curious customers found reasons to visit while wedding preparations unfolded. "I believe that's the last of the invitations for Whitebrook," Sarah announced, adding another addressed envelope to the growing stack. "Though I still think it excessive to invite people who barely acknowledged your existence when you lived there." "Family obligations," Pamela replied with a wry smile, not looking up from the ledger where she reconciled the week's sales figures. Even with wedding plans consuming much of her attention, she refused to neglect the business that had sustained her independence for so long. Harriet Cooper, seated near the window for better light, fixed her practical gaze on Sarah. Social niceties serve practical purposes. The absence of invitations to Pamela's aunt and extended family would create more gossip and potential damage than their presence at the wedding could ever cause. Besides, Pamela added, setting aside her pencil, Chad has family connections throughout the territory. Half the guests will be his relations or business associates we couldn't possibly exclude. Sarah sighed dramatically. I suppose you're right. Though I still hope that dreadful Mrs. Wilson, who questioned your place in society, develops a convenient illness before September. Sarah! Pamela tried to look scandalized, though her eyes betrayed amusement. That's unkind, even if she was somewhat insufferable, condescending, pompous, Sarah supplied helpfully. Challenging, Pamela finished diplomatically. The shop bell jangled as Lily emerged from the workroom, carrying a tray of perfume samples for a waiting customer. At 22, the young widow had blossomed during her employment with Pamela, developing both confidence and skill. Her quick mind had grasped the fundamentals of perfume creation with surprising speed, and customers increasingly trusted her recommendations. Mrs. Thornton is absolutely determined to have the new violet water for her daughter's birthday, Lily reported after completing the sale. I explained it won't be ready for another week, but she's insistent. Tell her we'll set aside the first bottle specifically for her, Pamela suggested. That usually soothes her impatience. Lily nodded, making a note in the special order ledger that had become her responsibility over recent months. The gradual transfer of daily operations to her capable hands had eased Pamela's concerns about managing the business after her marriage, when she would divide her time between town and ranch. The mail's arrived, Sarah exclaimed, spotting the postman through the window. Perhaps there's news from your mother about her travel plans. Indeed, when the postman entered moments later, his satchel contained a cream-colored envelope addressed in Martha Johnson's distinctive flowing script. Pamela recognized it immediately among the business correspondence and opened it with mingled anticipation and trepidation. Her mother's opinions on wedding preparations had been arriving regularly, sometimes multiple times per week, since the engagement announcement. She's coming next week, Pamela announced after scanning the contents. Arriving on Thursday's afternoon stage from Denver, where she's been selecting essential accessories for the ceremony. She couldn't quite keep the note of affectionate exasperation from her voice. Sarah laughed. I sense an imminent increase in wedding preparations. Your mother struck me as a woman with definite opinions during her last visit. Definite and numerous, Pamela agreed, though without real complaint. Her mother's excitement about the upcoming marriage had surprised and touched her, revealing a softening of Martha's usual pragmatic demeanor. Their conversation paused at the sound of a heavy wagon stopping outside the shop. Pamela glanced through the window to see a freight delivery vehicle from the stage depot, laden with crates and packages of various sizes. Are you expecting supplies? Harriet asked, peering over her spectacles. Nothing of that size, Pamela replied, puzzled. The freight driver entered, removing his hat. Delivery for Miss Pamela Johnson, he announced. Special shipment from San Francisco, marked Handle with Care. San Francisco? Pamela repeated, her pulse quickening. Only one person in San Francisco would be sending her packages. With the driver's assistance, several long, flat crates were carried into the shop and carefully opened. Inside, nestled in protective paper, lay bolts of the finest silk Pamela had ever seen. Ivory with a subtle pearl sheen for the wedding gown itself. Deep blue embroidered with silver threads that would make a magnificent traveling costume, and several smaller lengths in complementary shades for accessories and details. Good heavens, Sarah breathed, touching the ivory silk with reverent fingers. This is finer than anything available in Denver, let alone Redstone Ridge. Tucked within the largest crate was a small envelope sealed with dark red wax. Pamela broke the seal with fingers that weren't entirely steady, unfolding a single sheet of heavy stationery, inscribed in the same tremulous handwriting she had come to recognize from her father's previous correspondence. For my daughter's wedding gown, she read aloud. May she find the happiness her mother deserved. The simple message, laden with unspoken regret and tentative connection, brought unexpected tears to Pamela's eyes. After her initial letter informing her father of her engagement, they had exchanged several careful communications, his responses growing stronger as his health improved with treatment, her questions gradually becoming less guarded. Though far from healed, the relationship had found a fragile foundation that allowed for this gesture without the weight of resentment it might once have carried. "From your father?" Harriet asked gently when Pamela remained silent. "Yes." Pamela carefully refolded the note. A wedding gift, it seems. No one pressed for details, respecting the complexity of emotions this connection with her long-absent father must evoke. After a moment, Lily broke the silence with practical concerns about protecting the precious fabric from shop dust, effectively redirecting the conversation to safer topics. The remainder of the afternoon passed in a blur of wedding discussions interspersed with business matters. By closing time, Sarah and Harriet had departed, leaving Pamela alone with the magnificent silks and her tangled thoughts about the man who had sent them. She moved to her desk, withdrawing stationery and pen. The letter she composed was brief but sincere, thanking her father for his generous gift and, after a moment's consideration, formally inviting him to attend the wedding. Whether he would be well enough to travel remained uncertain, but the invitation itself represented a step toward reconciliation that would have seemed impossible 6 months earlier. After sealing the envelope, Pamela stood in the center of her shop, absorbing the curious juxtaposition of her established business life with the impending changes marriage would bring. Display cases that had represented her independence for so long now shared space with wedding preparations that symbolized a chosen partnership, yet somehow the contrast felt complementary rather than contradictory. Different aspects of a life expanding rather than one replacing the other. The thought brought a smile to her lips as she prepared to close for the evening. Whatever challenges lay ahead, she faced them with the certainty that in Chad Montgomery, she had found someone who valued both her established strengths and her capacity for growth. The stagecoach arrived in a cloud of dust precisely at 3 o'clock the following Thursday, right on schedule, despite the summer heat that had made traveling uncomfortable for its passengers. Pamela waited beneath the depot's covered platform, scanning the faces that emerged from the vehicle until she spotted her mother's familiar figure descending with the help of the driver. Martha Johnson looked remarkably unchanged since her last visit to Redstone Ridge, though perhaps a bit more fashionably dressed, evidence of her successful seamstress business in Whitebrook Valley. Her dark hair, now liberally streaked with silver, was arranged in a practical but becoming style beneath a neat traveling hat. "Mother," Pamela called, moving forward to embrace her. "Pamela, my dear." Martha returned the embrace warmly before holding her daughter at arm's length for inspection. "You look well. Glowing, in fact. Engagement clearly agrees with you." Pamela laughed, recognizing her mother's characteristic blend of affection and assessment. "The same might be said of you. Your new dress is lovely." "My own design," Martha acknowledged with justifiable pride. "Business has been excellent since I began creating original patterns rather than simply following Eastern fashions." She glanced around the busy street. "I see Redstone Ridge continues to grow. Several new buildings since my last visit. The town is prospering," Pamela agreed, leading her mother toward the waiting buggy she had borrowed from Chad for the occasion. "The railroad spur has increased both commerce and visitors." Once settled in the buggy with Martha's trunk secured behind them, they set off toward Pamela's shop and apartment. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the street as Pamela guided the horse through Redstone Ridge's busiest thoroughfare, pointing out changes and improvements since her mother's previous visit. "Mr. Montgomery isn't meeting us?" Martha inquired, adjusting her hat against the mild breeze. "Chad will join us for dinner," Pamela explained. "He thought you might appreciate time to rest and refresh yourself after the journey before socializing." Martha nodded approvingly. Considerate of him. A man who understands the practicalities of travel is a rare find. The simple compliment, so characteristic of Martha's pragmatic nature, nevertheless conveyed genuine approval of Pamela's chosen partner. Throughout their correspondence about the engagement and wedding plans, Martha had expressed increasing admiration for Chad based on the details Pamela shared. His respect for her business, his willingness to compromise on their living arrangements, his acceptance of her continued professional identity. "I've prepared the guest room in my apartment," Pamela said as they approached the shop. "It's small, but comfortable. I'm sure it will be perfect," Martha assured her. After 3 days on that stagecoach, even a hay barn would feel luxurious if it included a proper bed. The remainder of the afternoon passed in comfortable domesticity as Martha settled into the guest room and Pamela finished her day's business correspondence. By the time Chad arrived for dinner, Martha had changed into a fresh dress and recovered enough from her journey to display animated interest in wedding details. "Mr. Montgomery," she greeted him warmly when he appeared at the apartment door. "How wonderful to see you again under such happy circumstances. Mrs. Johnson." Chad took her offered hand with genuine pleasure. "Your journey from Whitebrook was comfortable, I hope." "As comfortable as stagecoach travel ever is," Martha replied with a small laugh, "though well worth the discomfort to assist with final preparations." Throughout the simple dinner Pamela had prepared, Martha observed the interaction between her daughter and future son-in-law with evident approval. The easy way they accommodated each other's preferences, the natural flow of conversation that moved between personal and business topics without either dominating, the occasional glances that spoke of deeper connection beyond polite companionship, all confirmed what her daughter's letters had suggested about the solid foundation of their relationship. After the meal, Chad excused himself relatively early, citing ranch correspondence that required attention before morning. "I'll leave you ladies to your wedding discussions," he said with a smile that suggested he understood the value of this mother-daughter time. "Mrs. Johnson, it's a pleasure to have you in Redstone Ridge. I look forward to showing you the ranch when time permits before the wedding." Once he had departed, Martha helped Pamela clear the dishes, working with practiced efficiency in the small kitchen. "He's everything your letters described," she observed as they washed the final plate. "Courteous without being obsequious, successful without arrogance, and clearly devoted to you." "He is," Pamela agreed, unable to suppress a smile at her mother's assessment. "Though I admit I was slow to recognize those qualities when we first met." Understandably cautious, given your experiences, Martha dried her hands on a towel, her expression growing more serious. "I've worried for years that your father's abandonment might prevent you from trusting any man enough to build a life together." The mention of John Johnson, once carefully avoided between them, now opened a conversation that had been developing through their recent correspondence. In the privacy of Pamela's sitting room, mother and daughter settled into comfortable chairs, the barriers of past pain gradually lowering as they spoke. "I was so afraid you would repeat my mistakes," Martha admitted, her usual composure softening into vulnerability rarely displayed. "That you might give your heart to someone unworthy, as I did. When you wrote about Davis Miller's investment schemes, I feared the worst." "As did I once I recognized what was happening," Pamela acknowledged. "But ending that relationship, difficult as it was, helped me recognize genuine integrity when I encountered it in Chad." Martha nodded, her eyes warm with maternal affection. "You've shown far more wisdom than I did at your age. I allowed romantic notions to cloud my judgment, ignoring signs that should have been obvious." "You couldn't have known father maintained another family," Pamela protested gently, surprised to find herself defending the man who had caused them both such pain. "His deception was deliberate and thorough." "Perhaps." Martha's smile held a hint of hard-won wisdom, "but I chose to see only what I wished to see. His charm, his grand plans, his apparent devotion. I made myself blind to inconsistencies that might have revealed the truth earlier." The frank assessment of her own past mistakes touched Pamela deeply. Her mother had rarely spoken of John Johnson in the years following his departure, maintaining a dignified silence that protected her daughter from additional pain, but also created a wall between them around this central wound. "I've been corresponding with him," Pamela said carefully, watching her mother's reaction. "With father." Martha's hand stilled in her lap, but her expression remained composed. "Yes, you mentioned that in your letters. Has it provided the answers you sought?" "Some," Pamela replied thoughtfully. "He doesn't attempt to justify his actions, which would be impossible in any case, but he has expressed genuine regret and answered my questions with what seems like honesty." "That's something at least." Martha's voice held no bitterness, only a distant sadness. "Age and illness often bring clarity that eludes us in our prime." From the small reticule beside her chair, Martha withdrew a velvet box, its blue fabric faded with age. "I brought something for you," she said, extending it to Pamela. "Your grandmother's earrings. She wore them at her own wedding, and I at mine. Something borrowed in blue for your ceremony." Pamela opened the box to reveal delicate earrings of silver filigree set with small sapphires that caught the lamplight in brilliant flashes. "They're beautiful," she whispered, touched by this tangible connection to her maternal heritage. "Thank you." "They represent the Johnson women's strength, not their marriages," Martha said firmly. "My mother was widowed young and raised 3 children alone. I rebuilt my life after abandonment. And you? You've created success entirely on your own terms. We endure, Pamela. Whatever life brings, we endure and find our way forward." The simple declaration, delivered without self-pity or grandeur, encapsulated generations of female resilience that had culminated in Pamela's ability to choose partnership from strength rather than necessity. The realization formed a bridge between mother and daughter that transcended their different choices and experiences. "I invited him to the wedding," Pamela admitted quietly. "Father, I don't know if his health will permit travel, but the invitation seemed right somehow." Martha's expression registered surprise, followed by thoughtful consideration. "And how do you feel about the possibility of his attendance?" "Uncertain," Pamela answered honestly. "But I believe in the closure it might provide, regardless of the outcome. Chad has offered to accompany me to San Francisco after our honeymoon if Father can't travel but still wishes to meet." "Your Mr. Montgomery is a remarkably understanding man," Martha observed. After a moment's reflection, she added, "If John does attend, I will behave with appropriate civility. Your wedding day shouldn't be marred by old grievances." The generous promise, clearly not easily made, warmed Pamela's heart. "Thank you," she said simply. Their conversation gradually shifted to lighter topics: the magnificent silk fabric John had sent, Martha's ideas for the wedding gown design, the reception plans that now included guests from Whitebrook Valley, Denver, and Chad's extensive family connections. As midnight approached, they moved to Pamela's workroom, where the bolts of silk had been carefully stored away from dust and light. "The quality is exceptional," Martha noted, examining the ivory fabric with professional appreciation. "With your coloring, this will be stunning." Her fingers traced the subtle pattern woven into the silk. "I could begin cutting the bodice pattern tomorrow if you agree with my design suggestions." As they discussed necklines and sleeve styles, measuring tape and pins appearing from Martha's sewing basket as if by magic, Pamela felt a curious blend of emotions: excitement about the approaching wedding, appreciation for her mother's skilled assistance, and a sense of generational continuity, as Martha's experienced hands prepared to transform raw fabric into a gown that would mark Pamela's transition to a new chapter of life. The moment held no sadness or regret, no sense of ending or loss, but rather the natural evolution of one phase into another, looking forward to the future while honoring the foundations of the past. With the wedding a mere 2 weeks away, Pamela's attention turned increasingly to business matters that required resolution before her extended absence. The honeymoon journey to San Francisco would take at least a month, possibly longer if they decided to visit John Johnson while there. Ensuring the shop's continued operation during this period had become her primary focus between final wedding preparations. "I've updated the ledger system as you suggested," Lily reported one morning as they reviewed the accounts together. "Each product category has its own section now, making it easier to track inventory and sales separately." "Excellent," Pamela approved, noting the neat columns of figures in Lily's precise handwriting. "That will simplify ordering decisions while I'm away," she hesitated, then added, "and after I return when my time will be divided between here and the ranch." Lily's expression brightened. "Mr. Montgomery mentioned that you'll be establishing a secondary workspace at the ranch. He seemed quite excited about the possibility of developing new fragrances using plants from the mountain meadows there. He's created a perfect space for experimentation," Pamela confirmed, still touched by Chad's thoughtful preparation of the converted tool shed. "Though the main production will remain here in town, where shipping connections are more reliable." After reviewing several more operational details, Pamela reached a decision she had been considering for weeks. Lily, I'd like to formalize your position before my departure. Would you accept the title and responsibilities of assistant manager? The role would include a salary increase commensurate with your expanded duties. The young woman's eyes widened. Assistant manager, are you certain? Entirely, Pamela assured her. You've demonstrated exceptional skill with both customers and production techniques. The shop will require competent management during my absences, and you've proven yourself more than capable. Tears glistened in Lily's eyes. After Henry died, I'd never imagined finding work that offered real responsibility or advancement. Most widows in my position count themselves fortunate to secure basic employment. She straightened her shoulders. I won't disappoint your trust in me, Miss Johnson. I know you won't, Pamela replied warmly. We'll review the specific duties tomorrow, but for now, consider it official. Pamela's Fine Fragrances has its first assistant manager. The pride in Lily's expression as she returned to the front counter reinforced Pamela's confidence in her decision. The shop that had represented her independence for so long would continue to thrive even as her personal life expanded to include marriage and divided residence between town and ranch. That afternoon, Chad arrived with several ranch hands and a wagon to transport the first shipment of equipment to the workshop he had prepared at the ranch. The items had been carefully selected, duplicates of essential tools and supplies that would allow Pamela to work effectively in both locations without dismantling her town operation. Miguel constructed special crates for the glassware, Chad explained as they supervised the careful loading. Each piece has its own compartment lined with straw to prevent breakage during transport. Watching his meticulous attention to protecting her equipment, Pamela was struck anew by the genuine respect Chad showed for her work. Unlike Davis, who had viewed her perfumery as a charming hobby while extracting its profits for his schemes, or her father, who had dismissed her mother's seamstress skills as merely temporary necessity, Chad approached Pamela's business with the same seriousness he gave his own enterprises. The North Cabinet is ready for your essential oils, he continued, consulting a list he had made during his last visit to her workroom. And Elena suggested a special rack for drying herbs and flowers from the meadows, which I've added beside the east window. The detailed planning, undertaken without presumption but with genuine desire to facilitate her continued work, touched Pamela deeply. This was partnership in its truest form, each supporting the other's endeavors while maintaining appropriate boundaries. As the last crate was secured in the wagon, an unexpected visitor appeared at the shop door. Gerald Harrison, owner of the general store and once Pamela's largest wholesale client before their disagreement over shelf space, stood awkwardly on the threshold, hat in hand. Ms. Johnson, he greeted her with uncharacteristic formality. Might I have a word? Curious about this unexpected visit, Pamela nodded. Of course, Mr. Harrison. Please, come in. Chad excused himself tactfully, moving to supervise the final preparations for the wagon's departure while giving them privacy for their conversation. I understand congratulations are in order, Harrison began, gesturing vaguely toward Chad's retreating figure. Your upcoming marriage, I mean. Thank you, Pamela replied, wondering at the purpose behind this belated acknowledgement of news that had circulated throughout Redstone Ridge for months. Harrison cleared his throat uncomfortably. I also understand your business has expanded considerably since our disagreement regarding shelf space in my store. Yes, it has, Pamela confirmed, maintaining a neutral tone despite her curiosity about his obvious discomfort. The thing is, Harrison continued, twisting his hat brim nervously, those St. Louis products haven't performed as promised. Customers complain about the quality, say the scents fade too quickly and the bottles leak in transit. He straightened his shoulders, meeting her gaze directly for the first time. I'd like to discuss renewing our wholesale arrangement, if you're amenable, perhaps with expanded space for your premium line as well as the standard products. The request, or perhaps offer, surprised Pamela, though she maintained her composure. That's certainly a possibility we could discuss. My production capacity has increased with Miss Barnes's assistance, and will be maintaining full operations during my honeymoon and afterward. Excellent. Harrison's relief was palpable. Shall we say 20% of the north wall display, with appropriate signage for Pamela's Fine Fragrances as a featured local supplier? The terms were considerably more favorable than their previous arrangement. a fact Harrison seemed eager to emphasize without directly acknowledging his earlier misjudgment. Pamela wondered briefly what had prompted this change of heart, beyond the claimed customer preferences. Had Chad's influence as a major property owner affected Harrison's business calculations? Or perhaps the general store owner had simply recognized the genuine quality of her products compared to mass-produced alternatives. "I believe those terms would be acceptable," she agreed, neither gloating over his reversal nor appearing overly eager. "Lily can arrange the first delivery next week if that suits your schedule." With the agreement reached, Harrison departed with evident relief, passing Chad on the boardwalk outside with a respectful nod that bordered on deferential. Pamela watched the interaction with thoughtful interest, filing away another observation about her fiancé's quiet influence in the business community. Later that afternoon, Pamela met with Harriet Cooper to review legal documents establishing Pamela's Fine Fragrances as a proper corporation, rather than merely a sole proprietorship. The transition, planned since her engagement, would provide additional protections for the business as she entered marriage. "These papers establish the company as a separate legal entity," Harriet explained, indicating the key paragraphs, "with you as primary shareholder and president maintaining full control of operations and finances regardless of your marital status." "And Chad has signed the acknowledgement," Pamela confirmed, noting his signature on the final page. "Without hesitation," Harriet assured her. "In fact, he suggested additional language clarifying that all business decisions remain exclusively yours to avoid any confusion should legal questions arise in the future." This final confirmation of Chad's respect for her professional autonomy eased the last lingering concerns Pamela might have harbored about marriage diminishing her hard-won independence. The legal structure now formalized what Chad had consistently demonstrated through his actions: that he valued her business achievements and had no intention of absorbing them into his own enterprises or controlling them through marital authority. After completing the necessary signatures and having them properly witnessed and notarized, Pamela returned to her workroom. The space looked different with some equipment removed for transport to the ranch, yet remained fully functional for continuing production. Like her life itself, it was evolving rather than being abandoned, adjusting to new circumstances while maintaining its essential purpose. With the day's business matters resolved, Pamela turned her attention to a personal project she had been developing between wedding preparations and legal arrangements: a special perfume created specifically for her wedding day. Unlike her commercial fragrances, designed to appeal to general preferences or specific customer requests, this blend was entirely personal, representative of her own journey and the future she had chosen. Working with careful precision, she measured drops of essential oils into a small beaker: bergamot for clarity and fresh beginnings, rose for the love she had finally allowed herself to embrace, sandalwood for strength and stability, and vanilla for the warmth of family connections, both established and newly forming. To these familiar elements, she added a drop of extract from wildflowers Chad had brought from the high meadows of the ranch, a unique note that symbolized their shared future in that beautiful landscape. As she mixed the ingredients with practiced skill, adding alcohol as a carrier and glycerin for stability, Pamela reflected on the transformations of recent months: the shop around her, the business she had built, her understanding of independence and connection. All had evolved in ways she could not have anticipated when Chad Montgomery first entered her life. Yet through all these changes, her essential self remained intact, not diminished by her choice to marry, but enhanced by the partnership she had found with someone who valued rather than threatened her independence. The perfume taking shape beneath her hands represented this integration of past and future, individual and shared, independence and connection. When the mixture was complete, Pamela transferred it to a small crystal bottle she had set aside specifically for this purpose. The fragrance would need time to mature before the wedding day, its components blending and developing into a harmonious whole, much like the relationship that had grown between her and Chad, strengthening and deepening with time and understanding. As she placed the bottle on a high shelf to mature undisturbed, Pamela felt a quiet certainty settle over her. Whatever challenges the future might hold, she faced them now, not in defensive isolation, but with the strength of genuine partnership. A foundation far more secure than either could have built alone. Chapter 10. The Eve of Change. The flickering glow of oil lamps and candles spilled from Sarah Wilkins's small clapboard house, casting warm light across the front porch, where potted geraniums nodded in the evening breeze. Inside, female laughter rose and fell like music, occasionally punctuated by delighted exclamations as gifts were opened and stories shared. The night before Pamela Johnson's wedding had drawn women from both Redstone Ridge and Whitebrook Valley to Sarah's modest but welcoming home. Pamela sat in the place of honor, a cushioned rocking chair decorated with ribbons and sprigs of lavender. Her dark hair was loosely pinned and her cheeks were flushed with happiness as she accepted a delicate porcelain teacup from her friend. "To think," said Sarah, settling back into her seat with her own cup, "just over a year ago you were declaring you'd never allow a man close enough to threaten your independence." Her teasing smile softened the words. "And now look at you, absolutely glowing." "I never expected Chad," Pamela admitted, her fingers absently turning her engagement ring. The sapphire surrounding the diamond caught the lamplight, sending tiny blue flashes across the gathered women. "He wasn't like any man I'd known before. An absolute miracle he didn't give up on you," Martha Johnson said with fond exasperation as she adjusted a folded length of lace in her lap. "Anyone less determined would have retreated after your first 3 refusals." "4," Pamela corrected with a laugh, though the 4th wasn't a proper refusal, merely a suggestion that his timing was inconvenient. The women around her laughed, their faces brightened by the joy of the occasion. Mrs. Thornton, whose patronage had helped establish Pamela's perfumery in its early days, nodded with satisfaction. "I always knew you'd find the right match eventually, my dear. Though I confess I had my money on young Edward Carlyle from the bank." "Edward?" Pamela shook her head, remembering the pompous banker who had referred to her perfumery as a charming little hobby. He expected me to close my shop the moment wedding vows were exchanged. "While Mr. Montgomery has built you a dedicated workspace at his ranch," Mrs. Baker added approvingly. "That's a man who values a woman's achievements." From her seat near the window, Aunt Judith cleared her throat delicately. Her silver-streaked hair was arranged in its usual impeccable style, and her traveling dress spoke of Whitebrook Valley's more formal standards. "While I initially had reservations about a business partnership developing into a marriage proposal, I must concede that Mr. Montgomery has proven himself a gentleman of exceptional character." This grudging approval from her ever-proper aunt nearly made Pamela choke on her tea. The journey from Aunt Judith's disapproval of her unsuitable occupation to acceptance of her marriage had been remarkable in itself. Martha caught Pamela's eye across the room and gave her daughter the smallest of winks. The 2 women had arrived together from Whitebrook 3 days earlier, bringing the completed wedding gown and Martha's quiet determination to ensure everything was perfect for her only daughter's wedding. To everyone's surprise, Martha and Judith had achieved an unexpected truce for the occasion, the shared purpose of celebrating Pamela's happiness overriding their long-standing differences. "Now," Sarah announced, placing her teacup on a small side table, "tradition demands that we married ladies offer our wisdom to the bride." She looked around the circle with a mischievous smile. "Who would like to begin?" What followed was a mixture of practical advice, gentle teasing, and occasionally startling frankness that had younger women blushing and older ones nodding with the wisdom of experience. Mrs. Peterson insisted that separate blankets prevented midnight battles over covers, while Lily Barnes, recently courted by the blacksmith's apprentice, listened with wide-eyed attention to every word. "Remember that a successful marriage is a partnership," Martha offered, her expression softening as she addressed her daughter directly. "Your father and I," she hesitated, then continued with careful honesty, "we never achieved that balance. But you and Chad? You've built its foundation already." The unusual reference to John Johnson brought a momentary hush to the room. Martha so rarely mentioned her absent husband that his name falling from her lips on this of all nights seemed particularly significant. Before Pamela could respond, a sharp knock at the front door interrupted the gathering. Sarah rose to answer it, returning moments later with a young boy Pamela recognized as one of the telegraph office's messengers. "Begging your pardon for the intrusion, ma'am," the boy said, twisting his cap in his hands as he addressed Pamela, "but this letter came special delivery from San Francisco, on the evening stage. The station master said it was marked urgent." Pamela's heart quickened as she accepted the envelope bearing the now familiar handwriting of her father. The women exchanged curious glances as she broke the seal with fingers that weren't entirely steady. The room had gone silent as she unfolded the pages, all eyes watching as she read. Pamela felt her mother move to stand beside her chair, a protective presence without intrusion. "It's from my father," she said quietly, confirming what several had already guessed. "He writes that his health has taken a turn that makes travel impossible. His doctor has forbidden the journey to attend the wedding." Martha's hand came to rest on Pamela's shoulder, a gentle weight of shared history. Pamela continued reading aloud, her voice steady despite the emotions churning beneath her composed exterior. "My dearest Pamela," she read, "it is with profound regret that I must inform you I cannot attend your wedding as hoped. The journey from San Francisco, which seemed possible when last I wrote, has been deemed too dangerous for my weakened constitution by Dr. Hargrove, whose judgment I have learned to trust these past months. Please know that I will be with you in spirit as you begin this new chapter of your life. From your letters describing Mr. Montgomery, I believe you have found a man of integrity and vision who values the remarkable woman you have become, despite rather than because of your father's influence. Enclosed, you will find a bank draft, which can never compensate for my failures as a father, but might serve as a beginning for your shared future. Use it as you see fit, with no obligation beyond accepting it as the sincere wish of a regretful man to contribute some small good to his daughter's happiness. I remain hopeful that you and your new husband might someday visit San Francisco when my health permits proper hospitality. Until then, know that I am, with love and profound respect, your father, John Elliott Johnson." Pamela lowered the letter to find every eye upon her, expressions ranging from curiosity to concern to, in her mother's case, an unreadable complexity. From the envelope, she withdrew a bank draft that drew a collective gasp from those close enough to see the amount written in precise banking script. $5,000, she whispered, the exact sum her father had originally abandoned them without, now returned as a wedding gift. The symbolism wasn't lost on her, or on Martha, whose fingers tightened briefly on Pamela's shoulder. "Well," Aunt Judith broke the silence with a practical tone that belied the softness in her eyes, "that's certainly a generous beginning for a young couple's future." Her matter-of-fact acceptance of the gift, without judgment of its source, somehow broke the tension that had stretched across the room. Conversations gradually resumed, though now tinged with a different quality, less boisterous, more reflective. Pamela carefully refolded the letter and bank draft, tucking them into her reticule as Sarah tactfully directed attention to the gift table. "Pamela hasn't opened Mrs. Thornton's package yet," she announced, "and I've been dying to see what's inside that elegant wrapping." The remainder of the evening passed in a blur of ribbons and paper, exclamations over thoughtful presents, and gradually rebuilding merriment. Yet Pamela found her thoughts repeatedly returning to her father's letter. The disappointment of his absence was real, yet somehow tempered by the connection they had established through their correspondence over recent months. It wasn't reconciliation in the complete sense, but it offered a closure she hadn't realized she needed until it was within reach. As the gathering drew to a close near midnight, Sarah embraced Pamela tightly. "The next time I see you," she whispered, "you'll be Mrs. Montgomery." "I'll still be Pamela," she replied with a smile. Just, with an expanded identity rather than a diminished one. The distinction seemed important, not a loss of her hard-won independence, but its growth into something stronger through chosen partnership. Martha insisted on walking her daughter home through the quiet streets of Redstone Ridge. The night was clear, stars scattered across the velvet sky like diamond dust, a perfect September evening with just enough crispness in the air to hint at autumn's approach. "Are you disappointed?" Martha asked as they turned onto Main Street, her voice gentle. "About your father not attending?" Pamela considered the question with characteristic thoughtfulness. "Yes," she admitted finally, "but not devastated. Our letters have given me something I didn't know I was missing. Not his presence in my life now, but understanding of what happened then. It helps me move forward without that shadow." Martha nodded, her pace measured beside her daughter's. "Understanding is a powerful gift, one I've been slower to appreciate, perhaps." The admission, Coming from a woman who had maintained dignified silence about her husband's abandonment for 15 years, surprised Pamela. "You've never wanted to know why he left?" "I knew why," Martha replied simply. "He found the reality of our life together less appealing than the fantasy of his real family in Virginia. What I didn't understand was how he could leave you, his own child, bright and loving and so like him in your determination." Her voice caught slightly. "That part I've never comprehended." Pamela slipped her arm through her mother's as they walked. "He's trying to make amends, in his way." "Yes," Martha agreed. "Too late for some things, but perhaps not for others." She glanced at her daughter's profile, silvered by moonlight. "I'm proud of you, Pamela. Not for marrying well, though Mr. Montgomery is certainly a fine match. I'm proud of the woman you've become. Strong enough to build your own success, and wise enough to recognize love when it finally presented itself in a worthy form." Pamela turned to her mother with sudden insight. "That's what you've been doing all these years in Whitebrook, isn't it? Building your own success after he left." Martha smiled, the expression holding both pride and a hint of mischief unusual for her practical nature. "My seamstress business now employs 3 young women and services half the county's finest families. I purchased the building last month, the first property I've ever owned in my own name, Mother." "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't want to distract from your wedding preparations," Martha replied. "And perhaps I wanted to surprise you with the news that we've both come so far from those desperate days after your father left. We survived, Pamela. More than that, we thrived." The simple truth of it warmed Pamela as they approached her shop and apartment. The building that had represented her independence for so long now stood on the cusp of transition. After tomorrow, it would become their town residence, maintained alongside their home at the ranch, a physical manifestation of the balance she and Chad had designed for their future together. "Get some sleep," Martha advised as they climbed the stairs to the apartment. "A bride needs her rest before the big day." Despite her mother's sensible advice, Pamela found sleep elusive after Martha retired to the guest room. She moved to the window that overlooked Main Street, drawing aside the curtain to gaze at the familiar buildings, now silvered by moonlight. Tomorrow those buildings would be decorated with bunting and flowers, the town transformed for the celebration that would follow the church ceremony. She thought of Chad, probably still awake at the ranch despite the late hour, perhaps looking at these same stars. Tomorrow he would ride into town with his groomsmen, dressed in his finest for their wedding. The image brought a smile to her lips. Her serious, practical Chad making this public declaration of their connection before friends, family, and the community they would continue to serve in their different ways. Her father's letter lay on the small writing desk, the bank draft set aside for discussion with Chad after the wedding. The money itself mattered less than what it represented. John Johnson's acknowledgement of his failures and his desire, however belated, to contribute positively to his daughter's future. As the hours passed, Pamela remained at the window, watching as the moon traced its path across the sky. She thought of the journey that had brought her to this moment, from the frightened girl whose father had abandoned her, to the determined young woman who had built a business through her own talents, to the woman who had found in Chad Montgomery a partner who enhanced rather than threatened her hard-won independence. The eastern sky began to lighten almost imperceptibly, the stars gradually fading as the first hint of dawn approached. Pamela watched the transformation with a sense of profound rightness. This liminal moment between night and day, between her life as it had been and as it would become, held no fear. Only anticipation of the path she and Chad would walk together. The sun's first golden rays touched the mountains in the distance, then crept steadily downward to illuminate Redstone Ridge itself. Church bells rang in the distance, marking 6 o'clock, the beginning of her wedding day. Pamela Johnson took a deep breath, savoring this final moment of transition before stepping away from the window. In just a few hours, she would become Pamela Montgomery, not surrendering her identity, but expanding it through the partnership she had chosen with clear eyes and a full heart. The day had dawned bright and clear, a perfect September morning for a wedding. Chapter 11. 2 Hearts, 1 Journey. By mid-morning, Redstone Ridge had transformed from a frontier town into a festive haven of celebration. White ribbons fluttered from every lamppost, and garlands of pine branches and wildflowers adorned storefronts along Main Street. The church at the end of town stood like a beacon with its doors thrown wide, festooned with sprays of golden aspen branches and late-blooming columbines gathered from the surrounding mountains. Inside the small sanctuary, Martha Johnson made final adjustments to her daughter's wedding gown, her practiced fingers smoothing the ivory silk that draped so elegantly from Pamela's slender frame. The sunlight streaming through stained glass windows cast rainbow patterns across the fabric, making it shimmer with each subtle movement. "Stand still," Martha instructed, securing a final pin. "There, perfect." She stepped back, her eyes suspiciously bright as she surveyed her handiwork. The gown was a masterpiece of simplicity and elegance. The silken bodice fitted to Pamela's form before flaring gently into a modest train, its only embellishments the handmade lace at collar and cuffs and tiny seed pearls Martha had painstakingly sewn along the neckline. "You look beautiful," Sarah whispered, arranging the veil of Belgian lace that had been Aunt Judith's contribution. "Chad will forget how to breathe when he sees you." Pamela smoothed her hands down the silk, still slightly amazed that this moment had arrived. "Do you think he's nervous?" "Of course he is," Martha replied practically, tucking a stray curl back into Pamela's elegant coiffure. "Any man with sense recognizes the importance of this day." She paused, meeting her daughter's eyes in the small mirror they'd brought to the church's antechamber. "But he's also certain, Pamela. I've rarely seen a man more sure of his choice." A knock at the door preceded Lily's entrance, her eyes widening at the sight of Pamela in her completed wedding attire. "Oh, Miss Johnson, you look like something from a fairy tale." She caught herself, blushing slightly. "I mean, Mrs. Montgomery. I should start practicing." Pamela smiled. "Not officially for another hour. What news from outside?" "The church is nearly full," Lily reported. "Mr. Montgomery arrived with his nephews and the ranch foreman. He looks very handsome in his new suit, and very calm, though his nephew Thomas says he's been up since before dawn." She hesitated, then added with a bit of wonder, "Half the county seems to have turned out. There are even people from Denver who arrived on the morning stage." Martha nodded with satisfaction. "As it should be. This is the most significant wedding Redstone Ridge has seen." She checked the small watch pinned to her bodice. 30 minutes remaining. "Sarah, would you fetch the flowers from the milliner's shop? They should be ready by now." As preparations continued around her, Pamela found a moment of quiet contemplation. She thought of her father's letter, safely stored in her jewel box at home. Though his absence left a small hollow in the day, their correspondence had begun healing wounds she'd carried since childhood. That healing, she realized, had helped prepare her for this step, for trusting enough to build a life with Chad. Her thoughts were interrupted by Aunt Judith's arrival, resplendent in lavender silk that complemented her silver-streaked hair. "The organist has arrived," she announced, "and Mr. Kent is asking when you'll be ready." Samuel Kent, Judith's husband and Pamela's uncle, had agreed to walk her down the aisle in her father's absence. "Tell him 10 more minutes," Martha replied, making a final adjustment to the veil. "Pamela needs a moment to compose herself before the ceremony begins." As the women busied themselves with last-minute details, Pamela gazed at her reflection, barely recognizing the radiant bride who looked back at her. Gone was the defensive wariness that had once shadowed her features, replaced by serene certainty. This marriage wasn't surrender, but partnership, a distinction she had come to understand through the patient integrity of the man who waited for her at the altar. The sound of organ music drifted through the closed door, signaling that guests were now being seated. Pamela's pulse quickened as Sarah returned with the bridal bouquet, a simple arrangement of white roses from Chad's mother's garden at the ranch, interspersed with sprigs of lavender from Pamela's own shop. "It's time," Martha said softly, straightening her own deep blue gown before embracing her daughter carefully to avoid disturbing the veil. "Remember everything I told you last night?" Pamela smiled, recalling her mother's practical advice for married life, delivered with matter-of-fact wisdom during their walk home. "I remember." The small procession formed in the church vestibule, Sarah first as matron of honor, followed by Lily, whose inclusion had raised Aunt Judith's eyebrows but reflected Pamela's values perfectly. Uncle Samuel waited near the entrance, his substantial frame made more imposing by formal attire rarely worn in the frontier town. "You look lovely, my dear," he said, patting Pamela's hand as she took his arm. "Your young man is a fortunate fellow, and I've told him so in no uncertain terms." The organ music shifted to the traditional wedding march, and the sanctuary doors swung wide. Sarah began her measured walk down the aisle, followed by Lily, both wearing the deep blue dresses Pamela had helped design to complement their different coloring. "Ready?" Uncle Samuel whispered as they prepared to follow. Pamela took a steadying breath. "Ready." The small church was transformed by flowers and ribbons, every pew filled with familiar faces from Redstone Ridge and Whitebrook Valley, alongside Chad's extended family and associates from across the territory. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the simple altar where Reverend Thomas waited, with Bible in hand, and there was Chad, standing tall and straight in a perfectly tailored black suit, his dark eyes fixed on her with an expression that made Pamela's heart skip. All her lingering nerves vanished at the sight of him. This man who had proven his character through consistent action rather than empty words, who valued her independence as essential to who she was rather than an obstacle to overcome. As she moved down the aisle on her uncle's arm, Pamela saw her mother seated in the front pew, eyes shining with tears she refused to let fall. Beside her sat Aunt Judith, her usual stern countenance softened by the occasion. On the opposite side, Chad's family gathered. His nephews and nieces, the children he had raised as his own after their parents' deaths, now grown with families of their own. When they reached the altar, Uncle Samuel placed Pamela's hand in Chad's with a formal nod before taking his seat beside Aunt Judith. The moment their fingers touched, Chad gave her hand a gentle squeeze, his eyes communicating everything words could not. Love, certainty, partnership. Reverend Thomas smiled at the assembled congregation. "Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in the sight of God and this company to witness the joining together of this man and this woman in holy matrimony." The traditional words flowed over them, anchoring this moment to countless others throughout history while remaining uniquely theirs. When the time came for their vows, Chad's deep voice resonated through the church with unwavering certainty. "I, Chad Montgomery, take thee, Pamela Johnson, to be my wedded wife, to have and to hold from this day forward, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, in sickness and in health, to love and to cherish, till death do us part." He paused, then added words they had composed together. "I promise to honor your independence, as I cherish your companionship, to support your dreams as you have supported mine, to build with you a partnership founded on respect, trust, and enduring love." Pamela's voice was clear and steady as she repeated the traditional vows, then offered their personal addition. "I promise to walk beside you as your equal partner, to value your strength as you have valued mine, to create with you a life that honors both who we are separately and who we become together." The exchange of rings followed, Chad placing a band of gold set with tiny diamonds on Pamela's finger to nestle against her engagement ring, Pamela sliding a broad gold band onto his. The metal was warm from being carried in Thomas's pocket, as though already infused with the life they would share. "By the authority vested in me," Reverend Thomas proclaimed, "I now pronounce you husband and wife." His smile widened as he looked at Chad. "You may kiss your bride." Chad lifted Pamela's veil with gentle hands, his eyes never leaving hers as he leaned down to claim her lips in a kiss that balanced reverence with unmistakable joy. The congregation erupted in applause and cheers, led by Chad's exuberant nephew James, whose enthusiasm brought laughter rippling through the church. As they turned to face their friends and family, now officially husband and wife, Pamela felt Chad's hand steady at the small of her back. A touch that had become familiar over their months together, supporting without confining. Together they walked back down the aisle, passing row after row of smiling faces toward the bright September sunshine that streamed through the open church doors. Outside, flower petals rained down upon them as they emerged into the crisp autumn air. The town square across from the church had been transformed into a reception area, with tables laden with food prepared by every household in Redstone Ridge. A wooden platform for dancing had been constructed by the Carpenters Guild, and a local band was already setting up their instruments for the celebration to follow. "Mrs. Montgomery?" Chad murmured near her ear as they paused at the church steps to receive congratulations. "How does it sound?" "Unfamiliar," Pamela admitted with a smile, "but not unwelcome." She turned slightly to meet his gaze. "Though I'll still be Pamela Johnson to my customers. We agreed on that, remember?" "We did indeed." His eyes crinkled at the corners, amusement and love clear in their depths. "Your professional identity remains entirely your own. I wouldn't have it any other way." The celebration that followed was unlike anything Redstone Ridge had seen before. Tables groaned beneath platters of roast beef and ham, bowls of fresh vegetables from late gardens, and pies of every description. The bakery had outdone itself with a 3-tiered wedding cake adorned with spun sugar and crystallized flowers that drew gasps of admiration when unveiled. Throughout the afternoon, Pamela and Chad moved among their guests, accepting congratulations and well wishes from townsfolk and visitors alike. Ranch hands in their Sunday best mingled with merchants and professionals from Denver, social distinctions temporarily suspended in the spirit of celebration. "I always knew you'd make a beautiful bride," Mrs. Thornton declared, patting Pamela's hand possessively. "Though I confess I expected it years ago, before you became so determined to manage on your own." "Some journeys require the right timing," Pamela replied diplomatically, "and the right companion." Nearby, she noticed Martha deep in conversation with Mrs. Simmons, Chad's housekeeper, their heads inclined toward each other as they discussed what appeared to be household management. The sight warmed her heart. Her mother finding common ground with the woman who had maintained Chad's home for years. Two practical women establishing a relationship that would ease Pamela's transition into ranch life. As afternoon mellowed toward evening, lanterns were lit around the square, their golden glow creating an atmosphere of enchantment as shadows lengthened across the grass. The band struck up a lively tune, and Chad appeared at Pamela's side, extending his hand in invitation. "May I have this dance, Mrs. Montgomery?" "You may indeed, Mr. Montgomery." She placed her hand in his, allowing him to lead her to the wooden platform where other couples were already gathering. They moved together with the easy coordination that had characterized their relationship from the beginning, complementary rather than identical, each enhancing the other's natural rhythm. As Chad guided her through the steps of the waltz, Pamela was struck by the perfect symbolism of their dance. Two independent paths now consciously aligned, moving in harmony without either losing its essential character. The setting sun painted the western sky in brilliant orange and gold, casting a warm glow over the gathered community as dusk approached. Lanterns flickered to life around the square, creating pools of golden light amid the deepening shadows. The band shifted to slower melodies, and more couples joined the dancing as stars began to appear overhead. "Are you happy?" Chad asked softly, as they moved in perfect synchronization to the music. Pamela looked up at him, at the face that had become so dear to her over these months of courtship. "Completely," she replied with simple honesty. "Not because marriage itself brings happiness, but because we've built something true between us. Something that honors both who we are and who we can become together." His smile deepened, revealing the dimple that still sent a flutter through her heart after all this time. "My practical, philosophical wife, analyzing happiness even while experiencing it." "Would you have me any other way?" she challenged lightly. "Not a single aspect changed," he assured her, his arm tightening slightly around her waist as he guided her through a turn. "Your analytical mind is as essential to who you are as your creative talents or your determination." As night settled fully over Redstone Ridge, the celebration continued beneath a canopy of stars. Martha danced with Uncle Samuel. Her usual reserve softened into genuine enjoyment. Aunt Judith allowed herself to be persuaded onto the floor by Chad's nephew Thomas, while Sarah and her husband performed an impressive display that drew appreciative applause from the onlookers. From across the square, Pamela noticed Lily, deep in conversation with the blacksmith's apprentice, her expression animated as they stood beneath one of the lanterns. The young widow's growing confidence over recent months had been a quiet satisfaction to Pamela, who recognized in Lily's journey echoes of her own path toward independence. I believe your assistant may soon have romance of her own to consider, Chad observed, following Pamela's gaze. Perhaps, Pamela agreed, though I doubt she'll abandon the shop. She's developed a genuine talent for perfumery. Of course not. After your excellent training, she'll likely manage both marriage and career with the same determination you've shown. His voice held genuine admiration rather than condescension, the difference that had first attracted Pamela's cautious heart. As midnight approached, the celebration showed little sign of waning. Children had fallen asleep on blankets spread beneath trees at the square's edge, while adults continued dancing and socializing with the exuberance of a community that rarely had occasion for such elaborate festivities. Pamela and Chad found a moment of relative quiet near the edge of the square, watching the scene with shared appreciation for what it represented, not merely their wedding, but the coming together of the different worlds they had each built before finding each other. We should depart soon, Chad said, his voice pitched for her ears alone. The carriage will be waiting to take us to the train station. Their honeymoon journey would begin with the midnight train to Denver, then continue to San Francisco, a trip planned both for pleasure and for the possibility of meeting Pamela's father, should his health permit visitors during their stay. Just a few more moments, Pamela requested, her eyes taking in the lantern-lit square, the dancing couples, the tables where family and friends continued to celebrate. I want to remember every detail. Martha appeared at her side, somehow sensing the impending departure. Your trunk is already loaded in the carriage, she said practically. I've packed extra handkerchiefs in the small valise, and your blue traveling suit is laid out in your room for changing before you leave. Thank you, Mother. Pamela embraced her, breathing in the familiar scent of lavender that had defined Martha's presence throughout her childhood. For everything, the gown, the preparations, your wisdom. My only daughter's wedding deserved nothing less, Martha replied, her usual practicality softened by emotion. She turned to Chad, her expression serious. Take care of each other, Mr. Montgomery. Marriage is a journey best traveled with equal commitment from both parties. I give you my word, Mrs. Johnson, Chad promised, his tone matching her seriousness. Pamela's happiness and well-being will always be my foremost concern, matched only by my respect for her independence. Martha nodded, apparently satisfied, before moving away to give them privacy for their departure. Sarah appeared moments later to escort Pamela back to her apartment above the shop, where she would change from her wedding gown into attire more suitable for travel. Mrs. Montgomery, Sarah whispered with delighted emphasis on the name as they climbed the familiar stairs. I still can't quite believe it's real. Neither can I, at moments, Pamela admitted as they entered the apartment that had been her solitary domain for so long. But then I look at Chad, and it feels like the most natural progression imaginable. As she changed into the deep blue traveling suit Martha had laid out, Pamela gazed around the rooms that had represented her hard-won independence. Nothing about them would change significantly. This would remain their town residence, maintained alongside their home at the ranch, symbolic of the balance they had designed for their future together. When she descended the stairs for the final time that evening, Chad waited below, having changed into his own traveling clothes. The sight of him standing in her shop, now their shop, filled Pamela with a profound certainty that transcended the emotional tumult of the day. Ready? He asked, extending his hand. Pamela placed her fingers in his, the gold of their wedding bands catching the lamplight. Ready. Outside, the town square was still alive with celebration, though many guests had gathered near the waiting carriage to bid them farewell. Rice and flower petals showered down as they made their way through the crowd, accompanied by good-natured teasing and heartfelt wishes for happiness. When they reached the carriage, Chad helped Pamela up, then turned to acknowledge the gathered well-wishers with a raised hand. Thank you all for sharing this day with us, he called, his deep voice carrying across the square. Your friendship and support mean more than words can express. More cheers followed as he joined Pamela in the carriage and signaled to the driver. As they pulled away from the square, Pamela leaned out the window for one last wave to her mother, who stood with Sarah and Aunt Judith near the church steps. 3 generations of female strength united in celebration of a marriage founded on mutual respect, rather than traditional subjugation. The carriage rolled through Redstone Ridge's quiet streets, now deserted except for the distant sounds of continued celebration in the town square. Lanterns illuminated their path toward the train station at the edge of town, where they would begin the journey that would carry them into their shared future. Inside the carriage, Chad took Pamela's hand, his thumb tracing the outline of her wedding band. "No regrets?" he asked quietly. "About maintaining your shop alongside ranch life? About dividing your time between two homes?" "None," she assured him without hesitation. "We've designed a life that honors both who we are separately and who we're becoming together. I wouldn't have it any other way." She smiled, squeezing his hand gently. "And you? No concerns about a wife who insists on continuing her unfeminine business pursuits?" "Only pride," he replied simply. "In your talents, your determination, and your unwillingness to abandon what you've built, regardless of social expectations." His expression grew more solemn in the lantern light. "I fell in love with Pamela Johnson, perfumer and businesswoman extraordinary. Why would I want her to become anyone less?" The simple truth of his statement warmed Pamela as the carriage approached the small train station, where the midnight express to Denver would soon arrive. Their journey was just beginning. Not merely the honeymoon trip that would take them to San Francisco and the possibility of reconciliation with her father, but the greater journey of building a shared life while honoring their separate strengths. As Chad helped her from the carriage, Pamela gazed up at the star-filled sky that arched above them like a blessing. The same stars shone over Redstone Ridge and the ranch, over the separate worlds that had now merged through their conscious choice to build something stronger together than either could create alone. The distant whistle of the approaching train echoed through the night, signaling the imminent start of their journey. Chad's arm encircled Pamela's waist, a gesture of both protection and partnership that spoke volumes about the man she had chosen to marry. "Mrs. Montgomery?" he murmured, his breath warm against her ear. "Yes, Mr. Montgomery," she replied, turning to face him with a smile that held all the certainty in her heart. "I love you." The simple declaration, spoken beneath the vast canopy of stars, needed no elaboration. "And I love you," Pamela answered, rising on tiptoe to brush her lips against his. "Today, tomorrow, and all the days that follow." The train whistle sounded again, closer now, its headlamp visible in the distance as it approached the station. Pamela and Chad stood together on the platform. Not. As the train whistle sounded again, closer now, its headlamp visible in the distance as it approached the station, Pamela and Chad stood together on the platform. Not as two separate individuals, but as partners embarking on their shared journey. The station master emerged from his small office, lantern in hand, to assist with their trunks and welcome the midnight express to Redstone Ridge. "Beautiful wedding, Mrs. Montgomery," he called over the growing rumble of the approaching train. "Finest this town has seen in my 20 years here." "Thank you, Mr. Simmons," Pamela replied, genuinely touched by how the entire community had embraced their celebration. The ground vibrated beneath their feet as the massive iron engine slowed, steam billowing around the platform in great white clouds that caught the moonlight. When it finally ground to a halt with squealing brakes and hissing steam, a porter jumped down to assist passengers. "Denver and points east," he announced, though this midnight run rarely carried more than a handful of travelers from such a small town. Chad handed over their tickets as the porter loaded their trunks. He led Pamela to the first-class car, a luxury he had insisted upon despite her protestations that ordinary accommodations would suffice. Inside, the polished wooden paneling gleamed in the soft lamplight, and plush velvet seats promised comfort for the overnight journey to Denver. "So begins our adventure," Chad said as they settled into their seats, his arm resting naturally across Pamela's shoulders. The train whistle blew one final time, and with a lurch they began to move. Pamela gazed out the window as Redstone Ridge slowly receded into the darkness. The town that had represented her independence now becoming just one element of her expanded life rather than its entire compass. She turned to find Chad watching her, his expression a mixture of tenderness and something deeper. A quiet joy that perfectly mirrored her own feelings. Without words, they had both recognized this moment for what it was. Not an ending of their separate paths, but the beginning of a shared journey neither could have imagined when they first met in Aunt Judith's garden. As the train gathered speed, carrying them toward Denver and eventually San Francisco, Pamela reached for Chad's hand. Their fingers intertwined naturally, wedding bands gleaming in the lamplight, tangible symbols of the partnership they had forged together, founded on respect, strengthened by understanding, and illuminated by love. Redstone Ridge disappeared from view as the train rounded a bend, but Pamela felt no sense of loss. The life they would build together would encompass both the town and the ranch, her business and his enterprises, their separate strengths united in a bond that would only grow stronger with each passing day. "Happy, Mrs. Montgomery?" Chad asked softly, his voice barely audible above the rhythmic clacking of wheels against rails. Pamela smiled up at him, no longer guarding her heart against potential pain, but embracing the joy she had finally allowed herself to accept. "Completely, Mr. Montgomery. Completely." The train sped on through the night, carrying Pamela and Chad Montgomery toward their future. Two hearts now joined as one, two lives now shared in a journey that would encompass all they had been and all they would become together. Chapter 12: The Homecoming. The clear October sky painted the distant mountains with hues of gold and crimson as the carriage crested the final rise before Montgomery Ranch. Pamela leaned forward in anticipation, her gloved hand tightening on Chad's arm. 2 months seemed both an eternity and a heartbeat, long enough to miss this beautiful valley, yet somehow compressed by the adventures they'd shared in San Francisco. "There it is," Chad said, his voice deepening with the particular satisfaction that always accompanied his return to the ranch. Home. The word carried new weight now. For years, home had meant only her apartment above the perfumery in Redstone Ridge. Now it encompassed this sprawling ranch with its pine forests and meandering river, its sturdy buildings and the people who kept it running smoothly even in their absence. As the carriage rolled down the sloping road toward the main house, Pamela spotted a splash of color adorning the broad front porch. A banner hung between the support posts, its hand-painted letters large enough to read from a distance. "Welcome home, Mr. and Mrs. Montgomery." "It seems we've been missed," she observed, warmth spreading through her chest at this unexpected greeting. Chad's smile carried a hint of embarrassment beneath his pleasure. "Mrs. Simmons has a sentimental streak she prefers to keep hidden, though I suspect Miguel had a hand in this as well." The carriage had barely rolled to a stop before the front door swung open, revealing Mrs. Simmons herself. The housekeeper's usual stern demeanor had softened into something approaching delight as she hurried down the steps with uncharacteristic haste. "There you are at last," she called, her silver-streaked hair arranged in its customary tight bun, her apron spotlessly white despite what must have been hours of cooking. "We thought the train might have been delayed." "Right on schedule, Mrs. Simmons," Chad replied, jumping down to assist Pamela from the carriage. His hand spanned her waist with familiar strength as he lifted her to the ground, his touch lingering just a moment longer than necessary. 2 months of marriage had done nothing to diminish the connection that sparked between them with each contact. "The house is ready," Mrs. Simmons announced as they climbed the porch steps. "And dinner will be served whenever you're refreshed from your journey. I've prepared all your favorites." The moment they crossed the threshold, Pamela understood Mrs. Simmons's pride. The house fairly gleamed with polish and care, fresh flowers arranged in crystal vases throughout the entryway and parlor. The air carried mingled scents of beeswax, pine, and something delicious simmering in the kitchen, a combination that instantly registered as the unique fragrance of Montgomery Ranch. "Everything looks wonderful," Pamela said sincerely, removing her gloves and traveling hat. "You've gone to so much trouble." "No trouble at all," Mrs. Simmons replied, though her expression betrayed satisfaction at Pamela's appreciation. "Miguel helped bring your trunks up yesterday when they arrived on the freight wagon. I've unpacked the essentials, but left your personal items for your own arrangement." Chad moved to stand beside Pamela, his hand resting lightly at the small of her back in a gesture that had become as natural as breathing over their months together. "Any urgent matters requiring attention before morning?" he asked, clearly hoping for a negative response after their long journey. "Nothing that won't keep," Mrs. Simmons assured him. "Thomas handled the cattle contracts perfectly in your absence. and the timber operation is running smoothly under James's supervision. With practiced efficiency, she guided them through a summary of ranch activities during their 2-month absence, her clipped phrases conveying all necessary information without unnecessary elaboration. Pamela marveled once again at the capable team Chad had assembled. People who managed the complex operation with such skill that the owner could take an extended honeymoon without concern for its continued success. Oh, and there's one more thing, Mrs. Simmons added, as she prepared to leave them to settle in. Elena and I made some small improvements to your workspace, Mrs. Montgomery. Nothing dramatic, but we thought you might appreciate having things arranged for your return. The unexpected thoughtfulness touched Pamela deeply. When she had married Chad, she had not expected to gain not only a husband, but an extended family of sorts, people who respected her work and incorporated it into their understanding of the ranch's operations. "Thank you," she said, the simple words carrying genuine emotion. "I look forward to seeing it tomorrow." After freshening up from their journey, they gathered in the dining room, where Mrs. Simmons had indeed prepared all their favorites: tender roast beef with rich gravy, new potatoes seasoned with rosemary, fresh-baked bread still warm from the oven, and an apple pie whose crust looked delicate enough to shatter at a touch. "I'd almost forgotten what your cooking tastes like," Chad said appreciatively after his first bite. "San Francisco's finest restaurants pale in comparison." Mrs. Simmons actually blushed, a reaction Pamela had never witnessed from the stoic housekeeper. "Hotel food is never the same as home cooking," she said practically, though pleasure at the compliment shone in her eyes. "Now eat before it gets cold." Throughout the meal, they shared stories of their travels, the luxurious hotel in San Francisco where they'd spent their first week, the meetings with department store buyers who had been impressed by Pamela's premium fragrances, the shipping arrangements Chad had established for exotic ingredients that would expand her product line. "And your father?" Mrs. Simmons asked, serving coffee and pie with the skill of decades. "Was he well enough to receive visitors as you'd hoped?" The question revealed how much the housekeeper knew of their personal matters, a level of intimacy Pamela was still adjusting to after years of fiercely guarded privacy. "He was," she replied, the memory still touching her with its complicated emotions. "His health had improved considerably since his letter before the wedding. We visited twice during our stay." Chad reached across the table to cover her hand with his own. "It was a good beginning," he said, his words offering both truth and protection. The full complexity of reconnecting with her long-absent father wasn't something for dinner conversation, even with Mrs. Simmons. When the meal concluded, they stepped out onto the broad porch that wrapped around 3 sides of the house. The sun was beginning its descent toward the western mountains, painting the valley in deepening gold. They settled into the porch swing that had become their favorite spot during Pamela's visits before the wedding, its gentle creaking a soothing counterpoint to the distant lowing of cattle being moved to evening pastures. "Happy to be back?" Chad asked as they swayed gently, his arm resting comfortably around her shoulders. "Very," Pamela admitted, leaning into his solid warmth. San Francisco was magnificent, especially securing those contracts with Emerson's department store and Franklin & Sons. But this? She gestured toward the panoramic view of mountains, forests, and valleys spread before them. "This has become home in a way I never expected." "And your father?" Chad's question was gentle, acknowledging the subject they had skirted during dinner. "How are you feeling about those meetings now that you've had time to reflect?" Pamela considered the question with the thoughtfulness that characterized all her important decisions. "Relieved," she said finally. "Not because everything is resolved. 15 years of absence can't be erased by 2 afternoon visits. But seeing him, hearing his explanations directly rather than through letters, it helps." "He seemed genuinely regretful," Chad observed, his tone carefully neutral. He had accompanied Pamela to both meetings with John Johnson, offering silent support while allowing her to navigate the complex reunion according to her own needs. "Yes," Pamela agreed. "And strangely diminished from the father I remember. Illness has taken much of the charisma that once defined him." She paused, watching as the first stars appeared in the eastern sky. "In some ways that made it easier. I could see him clearly, his weaknesses and regrets alongside whatever genuine feelings he still holds for me." Chad brushed a gentle kiss against her temple. "You were remarkable." he said simply. Compassionate without surrendering your dignity. The balance had been difficult to maintain, acknowledging her father's apparent remorse without absolving him entirely, allowing for potential future connection without erasing the consequences of his past actions. Yet, with Chad beside her, Pamela had found the strength to navigate those turbulent emotional waters with grace. Enough about my father, she said, straightening slightly within the circle of Chad's arm. Tell me more about these shipping arrangements you've made for exotic ingredients. You were deliberately vague when discussing them in San Francisco. Chad's expression took on the particular animation that always accompanied his business discussions. I've arranged quarterly shipments through a contact in San Francisco, a merchant specializing in trade with Asia and the Orient. Jasmine from India, sandalwood from Mysore, even ambergris from sources along the Pacific coast. His eyes held the quiet pride she had come to recognize. The first delivery should arrive within a month, in time for your winter production schedule. Pamela turned to face him more directly, astonishment widening her eyes. Chad Montgomery? Do you have any idea what such ingredients cost? Quarterly shipments would be, she calculated rapidly, a substantial investment. An investment in your expanding business, he corrected gently. The San Francisco contracts alone justify the expense, particularly with the premium pricing your unique formulations will command. His lips curved into the smile that still made her heart beat faster. Besides, what better use of resources than supporting my wife's legitimate business aspirations? The man never ceased to amaze her. Where most husbands might have expected marriage to diminish their wives' professional activities, Chad consistently sought ways to enhance Pamela's business opportunities. Have I told you recently that you're unlike any man I've ever known? She asked, the words carrying far more meaning than their simplicity might suggest. Not since this morning, he replied with a hint of teasing. I was beginning to worry I'd become ordinary in your estimation. Never that, Pamela assured him, leaning forward to place a deliberate kiss on his lips. The intimacy they shared had deepened over their honeymoon months, initial passion maturing into something even more powerful. Desire founded on genuine understanding and respect. As darkness settled fully over the ranch, they remained on the porch, speaking of plans and possibilities. Chad described improvements he envisioned for the cattle operation, while Pamela outlined the new product line she would develop using the exotic ingredients he had arranged. And children? Chad asked quietly, the question emerging naturally from their discussion of future plans. Is that something you still wish to consider in time? Pamela felt warmth spread through her at the careful phrasing of his question. Even in this most traditional of expectations, Chad respected her autonomy and preferences. Yes, she said softly. Not immediately. I'd like to establish the San Francisco contracts properly first, but in a year or so, I think we might be ready for that particular adventure. She turned to him with sudden concern. Unless you feel differently? A year sounds perfect, he assured her, time enough to enjoy being husband and wife before adding the complications and joys of parenthood. His expression grew more solemn in the gathering darkness. I would never wish to rush you into any aspect of our life together, Pamela. Each step should come in its own time, when we're both ready. The simple statement embodied everything that had drawn her to this remarkable man. His consistent respect for her needs and wishes, his patience that never demanded but always supported her journey at her own pace. As the last light faded from the western sky, they rose from the porch swing by mutual accord. The day's travels had been long, and tomorrow would bring its own demands. Inspecting the ranch operations, visiting Pamela's workshop to see the improvements Mrs. Simmons had mentioned, beginning the gentle process of settling into their shared life after the intense closeness of their honeymoon journey. Chad extinguished the porch lanterns while Pamela gathered her shawl, their movements complementary without need for discussion. Inside, the house had settled into nighttime quiet, Mrs. Simmons having retired to her quarters in the east wing after leaving a single lamp burning in the entryway. They climbed the stairs together, fingers intertwined with casual intimacy. The master bedroom at the end of the hallway had been transformed during their absence. No longer simply Chad's personal space, but theirs together. Fresh curtains in a pattern that complemented both his preferences and Pamela's now framed the windows, while the massive four-poster bed had been made up with new linens in rich burgundy that reflected her taste without overwhelming the room's masculine elements. "Mrs. Simmons has been busy," Pamela observed, noting other subtle changes that blended their separate lives into shared space. Her silver-backed hairbrush set on the dressing table beside Chad's pocket watch, a vase of fresh wildflowers arranged on a side table, new hooks installed beside his existing ones for her dressing gowns and wraps. "She was determined that you feel this is truly your home," Chad replied, removing his jacket and hanging it carefully in the wardrobe. Though she tried to disguise her excitement as mere efficiency, Pamela smiled, recognizing the housekeeper's particular blend of practicality and hidden sentiment. "She's succeeded admirably." The rituals of preparing for bed had evolved during their honeymoon from awkward novelty to comfortable routine. Pamela sat at the dressing table, removing pins from her hair while Chad extinguished all but one lamp and turned down the bed. The simple domesticity of these moments sometimes struck her more powerfully than grander gestures. This quiet sharing of private space and habits, revealing an intimacy beyond the physical. When her hair finally fell loose around her shoulders, Chad moved to stand behind her, his hands gentle as they lifted the dark mass and separated it into sections for brushing. There was a ritual they had discovered early in their marriage, his unexpected pleasure in helping her with this most feminine of tasks, her surprise at how comforting it felt to have him participate in something so personal. "I missed this in San Francisco," he admitted, the brush moving in long, careful strokes through her hair. "The hotel mirrors were never positioned quite right. We have all the time in the world now," she reminded him, watching his reflection in the mirror. His serious expression of concentration, the tenderness in his eyes when they met hers in the glass. When he had completed the 100 strokes that left her hair gleaming in the lamplight, Chad set down the brush and placed his hands on her shoulders. The warmth of his touch penetrated the thin fabric of her nightgown, awakening the desire that had become as natural between them as breathing. "Come to bed, wife," he said softly, the familiar words carrying both invitation and promise. Pamela rose and turned to face him, no longer the hesitant bride of 2 months ago, but a woman secure in her husband's love and her own desires. As she moved into his embrace, she marveled at how completely she had come to trust this man, with her body, her heart, and perhaps most significantly, her independence. Later, as they lay entwined in the darkness, Pamela rested her head on Chad's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her ear. The physical intimacy they shared had grown from initial discovery into profound connection, each encounter deepening their understanding of each other in ways beyond words. "I love you," Chad murmured, his voice rumbling beneath her cheek. "More today than yesterday, and undoubtedly less than tomorrow." "That sounds suspiciously poetic for such a practical businessman," Pamela teased, her fingers tracing idle patterns across his skin. "Even practical businessmen are permitted moments of sentiment," he replied, his hand stroking the length of her spine with gentle possession, "particularly when inspired by extraordinary wives." Pamela lifted her head to meet his gaze in the faint moonlight that filtered through the curtains. "I love you too," she said simply, "for allowing me to remain exactly who I am while becoming something more through our partnership." His kiss was tender yet thorough, conveying without words the depth of his feelings. As sleep gradually claimed them, Pamela drifted into dreams with absolute certainty that in Chad Montgomery she had found not the completion romantic novels promised, but something far more valuable, a partner who enhanced rather than diminished her hard-won independence, who valued her strengths as essential rather than incidental to his love. They had come home, not merely to Montgomery Ranch, but to the life they were building together, one day, one decision, one shared dream at a time. Chapter 13. The Redstone Return. The journey from Montgomery Ranch to Redstone Ridge took most of a morning, the carriage following now familiar roads through pine forests and mountain passes. As they descended into the valley that cradled the frontier town, Pamela felt a curious blend of emotions. Not the homecoming she might have expected, but rather the comfortable anticipation of visiting a beloved place that was now one part of her expanded life rather than its entire compass. "Eager to see how Lily has managed in our absence," Chad asked, guiding the horses around a bend that revealed the first scattered buildings marking Redstone Ridge's outskirts. Curious rather than concerned, Pamela replied honestly. Her letters suggested everything was proceeding smoothly, but seeing the actual ledgers will tell me more. The town came fully into view as they crested a final rise, buildings still familiar despite their 2-month absence, though Pamela noted several changes even from a distance. A new roof gleamed on the mercantile, and scaffolding surrounded the bank, where an expansion had been mentioned before their departure. Redstone Ridge appears to be prospering, Chad observed, nodding toward the bustling main street now visible ahead. The railroad connection is bringing more commerce than the town council anticipated. As they drove down the central thoroughfare, heads turned and hands waved in greeting. Mrs. Peterson called from the boardwalk outside her husband's hotel, "Welcome back," while Mr. Wilson tipped his hat from the doorway of his hardware store. "You'd think we'd been gone a year rather than 2 months," Pamela remarked, somewhat bemused by the enthusiastic reception. "Small towns thrive on connection," Chad replied, returning greetings with practiced ease. "Our wedding was a community event, and our return marks another milestone in Redstone Ridge's social calendar." They drew up before Pamela's Perfumery. Now, officially, Pamela's Fine Fragrances, according to the elegant new sign above the door. The display windows sparkled in the autumn sunlight, arranged with artistic flair that showcased both the standard product line and the premium fragrances Pamela had developed before their wedding. The shop bell jangled as they entered, bringing Lily hurrying from the workroom with a welcoming smile. "You're back," she exclaimed, her usual reserve giving way to genuine delight. "We didn't expect you until tomorrow." "The stage made better time than anticipated," Chad explained, removing his hat as they stepped fully into the shop. Pamela glanced around with pleasure and professional assessment, noting the immaculate counters, well-stocked shelves, and fresh flowers arranged in small vases throughout the space. The shop didn't merely survive in her absence, it had thrived. "Everything looks wonderful, Lily," she said sincerely. "You've maintained it beautifully." "Thank you," Lily replied, straightening her shoulders with pride. "Sales have increased 15% since you left, particularly in the premium line after Mrs. Thornton wore promise to the Founders' Day celebration and received countless compliments. The specific figure, 15% rather than quite a bit or another vague approximation, pleased Pamela immensely. It confirmed that Lily had not only managed day-to-day operations, but had tracked business metrics with the precision Pamela herself would have demanded. "Impressive," Chad commented, his subtle wink at Pamela acknowledging that her assistant had exceeded even their optimistic expectations. "The ledgers are up to date," Lily continued, moving behind the counter to retrieve the leather-bound volume. "All transactions recorded daily, with weekly reconciliation as you instructed." While Pamela reviewed the accounts with Lily, Chad excused himself to meet with Thomas Peterson at the bank. Their temporary living arrangements had been carefully planned before departure. Rather than reopening Pamela's apartment above the shop, they would stay in the hotel's finest suite during their week in Redstone Ridge, giving them privacy while maintaining connections with the community. "Your room is ready whenever you wish to settle in," Lily informed them as Chad prepared to leave. "I had it aired yesterday and fresh flowers delivered this morning." This thoughtful attention to personal comfort alongside business concerns confirmed Pamela's assessment of her assistant's growth. Lily had blossomed from a timid young widow into a capable professional who anticipated needs before they were expressed. After Chad's departure, Pamela and Lily settled into a thorough review of business operations during the extended absence. The ledgers revealed consistent sales with notable increases after specific events. The wedding itself had sparked interest in Pamela's fragrances, followed by another surge when samples sent to Denver had resulted in enthusiastic responses from potential new clients. "The mail order business has expanded considerably," Lily reported, showing Pamela a separate record book established specifically for these transactions. "We've had orders from as far away as Chicago since the advertisement appeared in Godey's Lady's book." "Chicago?" Pamela exclaimed, examining the carefully recorded addresses and product selections. "I didn't realize our reach had extended that far east." "Mrs. Thorndyke," the banker's sister visiting from Boston, took several bottles back with her after purchasing Reverie during her stay. She apparently mentioned it to friends who then wrote requesting their own supply. Lily's expression held justifiable pride. I establish proper shipping protocols with extra protection for glass bottles during transit. The systematic expansion of distribution beyond local boundaries represented exactly the growth Pamela had envisioned, but hadn't expected so quickly. That it had occurred during her absence under Lily's management spoke volumes about both her assistant's capabilities and the inherent strength of the business model. "You've done remarkable work," Pamela said, genuine appreciation warming her voice, far beyond maintaining existing operations as requested. Lily straightened, a hint of color touching her cheeks at the praise. "I wanted to prove myself worthy of the trust you placed in me." And she hesitated, then continued with newfound confidence. "I've discovered I genuinely enjoy the business aspects alongside the creative ones. Mr. Barnes always handled our finances before his death, assuming such matters were beyond my understanding." The simple statement carried echoes of so many women's experiences, including Pamela's own mother after her father's desertion. Men frequently underestimated women's capacity for business acumen, assuming gender-determined ability rather than opportunity and education. "You have a natural talent for it," Pamela assured her, "that deserves further development." They spent the afternoon reviewing specific formulations, with Lily demonstrating several small adjustments she had made to improve production efficiency without compromising quality. The basic lavender water now required 15% less processing time through a modified extraction method, while the men's bay rum had been reformulated to extend shelf life without altering its distinctive scent. "These innovations alone would justify promotion beyond your current position," Pamela observed as they completed the review. "When you combine them with your management of expanding sales channels and financial record keeping, it's clear you've outgrown the title of assistant manager." Lily's eyes widened. "I've only been trying to maintain the standards you established." "You've exceeded them," Pamela corrected gently. "Which is why, upon our return to regular operations next week, your title will officially change to manager, with compensation adjusted accordingly." The young woman's expression transformed from surprise to determined gratitude. "I won't disappoint your faith in me." "I know you won't," Pamela replied simply. "Now, shall we discuss the new product line I've developed based on our San Francisco contracts? We'll need to adjust production schedules to accommodate these additions while maintaining consistent supply of existing products." They bent their heads together over formulation notes and production timelines, professional equals despite their different roles within the business. The seamless collaboration reminded Pamela why she had fought so hard to maintain her independent enterprise alongside marriage. The satisfaction of creating something meaningful through her own talents could never be replaced by even the most supportive domestic arrangement. Near closing time, the shop bell jangled to announce Chad's return. His expression held the particular satisfaction she had come to recognize after successful business negotiations. "Productive afternoon?" she inquired, gathering her notes from the counter. "Extremely," he confirmed. "Thomas has agreed to establish the Women's Business Association we discussed before leaving, with initial funding through the bank and additional support from several merchants who recognize the potential benefits to the community." This project had been Chad's particular focus in recent months, creating formal support for women entrepreneurs in Redstone Ridge and surrounding communities. Unlike other men who might have viewed female business owners as curiosities or competition, Chad saw them as essential contributors to regional prosperity. "That's wonderful news," Pamela said, genuine pleasure warming her voice. "Will they adopt the structure we outlined?" "With minor adjustments to accommodate local circumstances," Chad replied. "Quarterly meetings, educational presentations, and a small loan program for qualified applicants. Harriet Cooper has agreed to provide legal guidance, and Mrs. Peterson will serve as inaugural president." The selection of the hotel owner's capable wife as leader made perfect sense. She had managed the establishment's daily operations for years, while her husband handled external business relations, building a reputation for exceptional competence among those who recognized women's often invisible contributions. "When will they announce it officially?" Lily asked, her expression revealing personal interest in the association's formation. "Next month's town council meeting," Chad answered, "with membership open to any woman who owns or manages a legitimate business enterprise within the county." His gaze met Pamela's with quiet significance. "Which will include the manager of Pamela's Fine Fragrances, I understand." Lily's cheeks flushed with pleased embarrassment at this public acknowledgement of her promotion. "Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. I'll strive to represent the business honorably." "I have no doubt of that," Chad assured her before turning to Pamela. "Shall we settle into our accommodations before dinner? Thomas and Sarah have arranged a small welcome gathering at the hotel restaurant this evening." After saying goodbye to Lily with instructions to join them for dinner, they crossed the street to the Cattleman's Hotel. Mrs. Peterson greeted them personally, leading them to the best suite on the second floor, a spacious arrangement of sitting room and bedroom that represented true luxury by frontier standards. "Everything has been prepared according to your instructions," she informed Chad with professional pride. "Fresh linens, hot water delivered hourly, and complete privacy guaranteed during your stay." When she had departed, leaving them alone in the comfortable suite, Pamela turned to her husband with amused curiosity. "My instructions? I don't recall providing specific requirements for our accommodations." Chad's smile held a hint of mischief, unusual for his typically serious demeanor. "Perhaps I took certain liberties in anticipating your preferences. After 2 months of marriage, I believe I've learned something of what my wife considers essential versus merely desirable." The thoughtful consideration touched Pamela deeply. Unlike her previous experience with Davis, who had claimed attentiveness while actually pursuing only his own interests, Chad's attention to her comfort and preferences was genuine, demonstrated through consistent action rather than empty words. "You continue to surprise me, Mr. Montgomery," she said softly, moving into his arms with the natural ease that had developed between them. "When I believe I've fully appreciated your exceptional qualities, you reveal yet another facet worthy of admiration." His kiss was both tender and thorough, a private affirmation of connection amid the public duties of their return to town. When they separated, his eyes held the warmth that never failed to quicken her pulse despite months of marriage. "I should unpack your evening dress for dinner," he said, reluctantly releasing her. "The blue silk, perhaps? It complements your eyes remarkably." "An excellent suggestion," Pamela agreed, her smile acknowledging the careful balance they maintained between practical partnership and romantic attachment, neither overwhelming the other, both essential to the relationship they continued to build together. The evening's gathering at the hotel restaurant proved both more elaborate and more intimate than Pamela had anticipated. Thomas and Sarah had arranged a private dining room adorned with autumn flowers and soft lamplight, creating an atmosphere of elegant welcome without ostentation. Harriet Cooper arrived first, her practical nature momentarily softened by genuine pleasure at seeing Pamela again. "Married life appears to agree with you," she observed with characteristic directness. "You look remarkably well." "It does indeed," Pamela confirmed, no longer defensive about acknowledging happiness in a state she had once viewed with skepticism. "Though I suspect that has more to do with the particular husband than marriage itself." "Undoubtedly," Harriet agreed with a rare smile. "Exceptional men create exceptional circumstances." She lowered her voice slightly. "I have news regarding your case against Davis Miller. The final judgment was entered last week. Full recovery of the remaining investment plus interest and costs." The legal victory might once have been central to Pamela's financial security. Now, with her business thriving and her partnership with Chad providing additional stability, it represented something different but equally important. Closure on a painful chapter, justice properly served despite social pressures that might have discouraged a woman from pursuing such remedies. "Thank you," she said simply, "for your persistence and professionalism throughout the process." "Merely doing my job," Harriet replied, though satisfaction gleamed in her eyes. "Justice achieved is its own reward, particularly when conventional wisdom might have suggested accepting partial remedy as sufficient." Sarah and Thomas Peterson arrived next, followed by the Bakers and Thorntons, creating a small circle of those who had been most supportive during Pamela and Chad's courtship. The conversation flowed easily around the table as dinner was served. Inquiries about their San Francisco journey met with carefully edited highlights, updates on town developments shared with genuine interest rather than mere gossip. "And how does it feel to return to Redstone Ridge as Mrs. Montgomery rather than Miss Johnson?" Mrs. Thornton asked during a lull in the general conversation, her tone curious without malice. Pamela considered the question thoughtfully, aware of subtle attention from around the table. Different, yet familiar, she answered honestly. Like returning to a beloved book after reading additional chapters in a larger story. The town remains important to me, though it's now one element of an expanded life rather than its entire compass. Beautifully expressed, Sarah approved, her smile warm with understanding. Though we've missed having you here daily, we're delighted to see your happiness in this new arrangement. An arrangement that still includes regular presence in Redstone Ridge, Chad added, his hand covering Pamela's on the table between them. Our plan for dividing time between the ranch and town has proven entirely workable during these first months. The simple statement carried significant reassurance for those who might have feared Pamela's complete absorption into ranch life, a traditional expectation she and Chad had deliberately chosen to override through careful planning and mutual consideration of each other's priorities. As the evening progressed, conversation turned naturally to business matters, the expanding markets for Pamela's perfumes, the Women's Business Association Chad had helped establish, the general prosperity Redstone Ridge continued to experience through railroad connections and regional growth. Your timing in establishing the perfumery couldn't have been better, Thomas observed, his banker's perspective evident in his analysis. The initial frontier phase has given way to stability and refinement, creating natural demand for luxury goods previously considered impractical, though the quality of Miss Johnson's forgive me, Mrs. Montgomery's products would have ensured success regardless of timing, Mr. Baker added loyally. Superior craftsmanship creates its own market. Pamela accepted these compliments with genuine gratitude, particularly noting the careful correction of her name that acknowledged both her marriage and her professional identity. The community had adapted to her dual status with remarkable ease, perhaps influenced by Chad's consistent public respect for her business accomplishments. When they finally returned to their hotel suite near midnight, Pamela moved to the window overlooking Main Street, now quiet except for occasional lantern light from the saloon at the far end. The town she had adopted as her own after leaving Whitebrook Valley seemed simultaneously unchanged and entirely different. The buildings and streets the same, but her relationship to them transformed by the expanded life she now enjoyed. Relective mood? Chad asked softly, coming to stand behind her. His hands rested lightly on her shoulders, offering connection without demand. Just appreciating the journey, she replied, leaning back against his solid strength. When I first arrived in Redstone Ridge, I was determined to build something entirely my own, to never again risk the vulnerability my mother experienced after my father left. Chad's arms encircled her waist, a gesture of both protection and partnership that had become natural between them. And now I understand that true independence isn't isolation, Pamela said thoughtfully. It's having the strength to choose connection from a position of self-reliance rather than desperate need. She turned within the circle of his arms to face him directly. You've never asked me to be less than I am, Chad. That's the most precious gift anyone has ever given me. His kiss held both tenderness and passion, the perfect balance they had discovered together over months of marriage. When they moved to the bedroom, their intimacy carried the profound connection that transcended physical desire. Two independent souls who had chosen to build something stronger together than either could create alone. Later, as moonlight filtered through lace curtains to pattern their shared bed, Pamela traced idle patterns across Chad's chest with gentle fingers. I was thinking about Lily's promotion, she said, continuing a conversation begun earlier. She's shown remarkable aptitude for both the creative and business aspects of perfumery. Indeed, Chad agreed, his hand making lazy circles against her back. Her management during our absence exceeded even your optimistic expectations. Which leads me to consider possibilities I hadn't previously envisioned, Pamela continued. With her as full manager here, I could potentially spend more time developing the production facility at the ranch, particularly once those exotic ingredients begin arriving from San Francisco. Chad's hand stilled against her skin, his attention fully engaged despite the late hour. You're considering expanding the ranch operation beyond the experimental stage. Perhaps, Pamela acknowledged. Not abandoning the town shop, it remains our primary retail outlet and connection to established customers, but the ranch offers certain advantages for larger scale production, particularly of the premium line for department store contracts. The Eastern workshop could be expanded quite easily, Chad observed, his mind clearly already considering practical aspects of her tentative proposal. And Miguel mentioned that the southern meadow has particularly rich soil that might support cultivation of certain botanical ingredients rather than relying entirely on wild harvesting or imported supplies. The immediate shift into collaborative planning rather than surprised resistance confirmed yet again the exceptional nature of their partnership. Where many husbands might have interpreted her business expansion as threatening to domestic priorities, Chad instinctively approached it as an opportunity to enhance something he valued as integral to her identity. "We could begin with lavender," Pamela suggested, warming to the possibilities. "It grows wild in several areas of the ranch already, but cultivated fields would provide more consistent quality and quantity for production." Their conversation continued into the small hours, practical details and creative possibilities flowing between them with the natural ease that characterized their most successful collaborative moments. By the time they finally drifted towards sleep, an outline had emerged that would integrate Pamela's business more fully with ranch operations, while still maintaining the Redstone Ridge shop as their connection to the local community. "We'll discuss it with Miguel when we return," Chad murmured, his voice deepening with approaching slumber. "He'll have insights about which areas might best support cultivation." Pamela agreed, her own thoughts already blurring at the edges as sleep claimed her. The last conscious impression, before dreams took hold, was absolute certainty that in Chad Montgomery, she had found someone who would never limit her horizons, but would instead help expand them beyond what she could have accomplished alone. The remainder of their week in Redstone Ridge passed in a comfortable blend of business and social engagements. Each morning, Pamela worked with Lily at the perfumery, formalizing the young woman's promotion and establishing protocols for their new working relationship. The afternoons were typically devoted to meetings with existing and potential business connections, while evenings brought dinner invitations from friends eager to hear about their San Francisco adventures. On their final afternoon before returning to the ranch, Pamela met with Harriet Cooper to sign the documents finalizing her legal victory over Davis Miller. The satisfaction of this resolution felt different than she had anticipated when first pursuing it. No longer essential to her financial security or emotional closure, but still representing an important principle. "The full amount has been transferred to your business account at Peterson's Bank," Harriet informed her, passing the final judgment notice across her desk. "With interest and awarded costs, it actually exceeds the original $2,000 by a significant margin, which we'll use to fund the cultivation project at the ranch," Pamela decided immediately. "There's a certain poetic justice in using Davis's repayment to expand the business he once dismissed as a charming hobby." Harriet's smile held rare warmth. "Indeed. Though I suspect he's received education enough through the legal proceedings, regardless of this final application of the funds." As they reviewed the remaining details, Pamela found herself reflecting on the contrast between her current stability and the precarious position she had occupied when first pursuing this case. The determined perfumer who had walked into Harriet's office months ago, seeking justice despite limited resources and social pressure against making a scene, seemed simultaneously familiar and distant, still part of her identity, yet no longer defining its entire compass. "You've come some distance since our first consultation," Harriet observed with the perceptiveness that made her such an effective attorney. "And I don't refer merely to your change in marital status." "You're right," Pamela acknowledged, "though that change has certainly facilitated others." She considered how best to express the complex evolution of recent months. "I've expanded my understanding of independence to include strategic partnership rather than isolated self-reliance. Chad has been instrumental in that shift, though the capacity for growth was always within me. An exceptional man for an exceptional woman," Harriet noted, echoing her earlier assessment. "A rarer combination than either romance novels or cynics would have us believe." That evening, their small dinner party at the hotel marked a fitting conclusion to their week in town. Sarah and Thomas Peterson, Harriet Cooper, the bakers, and Lily with her new beau. The blacksmith's apprentice whose courtship had progressed steadily during the past months, gathered to share a final meal before Pamela and Chad returned to the ranch. The conversation flowed easily around topics both personal and professional, with none of the artificial separation that often characterized frontier gatherings, where ladies' interests and gentlemen's business were rigidly segregated. Chad discussed the proposed women's business association with Harriet and Sarah as easily as Thomas engaged Pamela regarding banking arrangements for her expanding enterprise. "I've never seen such natural integration of business and social relations," Mrs. Baker observed during a lull in the general conversation. "Most gatherings maintain strict boundaries between commercial matters and personal connections." "An unnecessary limitation," Chad replied with the same quiet confidence that had first attracted Pamela's cautious heart. "Artificial divisions diminish potential for both individuals and communities." "Though we recognize not everyone shares our perspective," Pamela added diplomatically, aware that their approach to marriage and business partnership remained somewhat unconventional by frontier standards. "Different arrangements suit different temperaments and circumstances." The graceful acknowledgement of alternative viewpoints, while maintaining clear commitment to their own path, typified the balance they had developed together, neither defensive about their choices nor judgmental of others, simply confident in what worked for their particular partnership. As the evening drew to a close, Sarah embraced Pamela with genuine affection. "You'll return for the Founders' Day celebration next month?" "Of course," Pamela assured her. "We wouldn't miss the first official meeting of the Women's Business Association regardless of ranch responsibilities." Their goodbyes held none of the finality that might once have characterized such departures. The carefully structured balance between ranch and town life meant regular returns to Redstone Ridge, maintaining connections that remained important despite their expanded horizons. The following morning dawned clear and crisp, a perfect early November day for traveling. Chad loaded their trunks into the carriage while Pamela completed a final review with Lily, emphasizing key points in the production schedule they had established together. "I'm confident you'll manage beautifully," she concluded, clasping her assistant's, now manager's, hands warmly. "Send word by the regular post rider if any questions arise, but trust your judgment in daily operations." "I will," Lily promised, her expression reflecting both gratitude for the trust placed in her and determination to prove worthy of it. Safe journey back to the ranch. As they drove through Redstone Ridge's main street for the last time that visit, Pamela found herself appreciating both the familiar buildings that had represented her initial independence and the expanded life that now carried her beyond them. The town would always hold special significance as the place where she had rebuilt after near financial ruin, where she had established her business through determination and talent, where she had eventually found in Chad Montgomery a partner who valued her strength rather than seeking to diminish it. "Happy to be returning to the ranch?" Chad asked as they passed the final buildings marking Redstone Ridge's boundary. "Yes," Pamela replied without hesitation, "and equally pleased to know we'll return here regularly. Both places have become home in different ways." "The best of both worlds," Chad observed, his smile warming his serious features. "Town and country, business and personal, independence and partnership, all balanced rather than opposing one another." The simple summary captured perfectly what they had built together, a life that embraced both their separate strengths and their shared connection, that valued individual achievement alongside mutual support, that recognized partnership as enhancing rather than threatening independence. As the carriage climbed toward the mountain pass that would eventually lead them to Montgomery Ranch, Pamela gazed back at the town now receding in the distance. The determined young woman who had arrived in Redstone Ridge years ago, fiercely guarding her independence after her father's abandonment and her near ruin by Davis Miller, could never have imagined the life she would eventually build. A successful business expanded beyond frontier boundaries, a marriage founded on mutual respect rather than traditional subjugation, a future that promised continued growth in all aspects, rather than limitation to conventional female roles. Turning from the view of the town to the road ahead, Pamela reached for Chad's hand resting on the seat between them, their fingers intertwined with the easy familiarity of established connection, wedding bands catching the morning sunlight as the carriage carried them toward home. Not a single fixed location, but the life they continued to build together. One day, one decision, one shared dream at a time. Chapter 14. The Letter from Home. Pamela folded the last of her silk blouses, breathing in the faint scent of lavender that rose from the tissue paper she'd tucked between the delicate folds. Their week in Redstone Ridge had passed with surprising swiftness, filled with business matters and social obligations that had left little time for reflection. Now, on this final morning before returning to the ranch, she found herself savoring the simple task of packing, her mind categorizing all they had accomplished during their stay. The suite at the Cattleman's Hotel had served them well, spacious enough for comfort, yet close enough to her shop for daily visits. Through the window, she could see Main Street coming to life, shopkeepers sweeping boardwalks, delivery wagons making morning rounds, the rhythms of the frontier town continuing regardless of her presence or absence. Chad emerged from the adjoining washroom, his hair still damp from his morning ablutions. "I've settled our account with Peterson," he said, buttoning his vest with practiced efficiency. "The carriage will be ready at 11. Perfect timing," Pamela replied, securing the trunk with a satisfying click. "That leaves just enough time for a final visit to the shop before departure." A knock at the door interrupted their preparations. Chad crossed the room to answer it, revealing Thomas Peterson, the hotel proprietor's son and Redstone Ridge's banker, standing in the hallway with an envelope in hand. "Good morning," Thomas greeted them with unusual formality. "Forgive the early intrusion, but this arrived on the morning stage from San Francisco. The postal clerk said it was marked urgent." Pamela's heart quickened at the mention of San Francisco. They had left her father in seemingly improved health just 2 months earlier, his condition stabilized enough for the physicians to suggest cautious optimism. Yet she recognized the handwriting on the envelope. Not her father's increasingly shaky script, but the precise penmanship of Mr. Hawkins, the lawyer who had assisted in their meetings during the honeymoon visit. "Thank you, Thomas," Chad said, accepting the envelope and passing it to Pamela. "Most considerate of you to deliver it personally." When the door closed behind the banker, Pamela stood motionless, the unopened letter heavy in her hand. "It's from Mr. Hawkins," she said unnecessarily, her voice betraying the sudden tightness in her throat. "Would you prefer privacy?" Chad asked quietly, his sensitivity to her needs evident in the gentle question. "No," Pamela replied, drawing strength from his steady presence. "Whatever news it contains, I'd rather face it with you." With careful fingers, she broke the seal and unfolded the heavy stationery. The first paragraph confirmed her instinctive fear. "It is with deep regret that I must inform you of the passing of your father, Mr. John Elliott Johnson, on the evening of October 15th. His condition, which had shown modest improvement during your visit, deteriorated rapidly in recent weeks. The attending physician assures me that his final hours were peaceful, with minimal suffering." Pamela sank slowly into the nearest chair, emotion washing through her in complex waves. Grief for possibilities now permanently lost, relief that her father's suffering had ended, regret for questions that would remain forever unanswered. Chad moved to stand behind her, his hands coming to rest on her shoulders with gentle pressure that conveyed support without intrusion. "He's gone," she said simply, looking up to meet her husband's concerned gaze. "Last Tuesday evening, according to Mr. Hawkins. A swift decline after we left." Chad's thumb traced small circles against her collarbone, the touch grounding her as she returned to the letter. The remaining paragraphs contained practical information, funeral arrangements already conducted according to her father's previously expressed wishes, legal matters requiring her attention at her convenience, and a detailed explanation of her father's final bequests. "He's left me everything," Pamela said with quiet disbelief as she read further. "The San Francisco property, his business interests, personal effects, all transferred to me as his sole heir." She turned the page to find a formal document attached with legal seals and signatures. "This is the title deed to the house on Nob Hill, along with official notice of my inheritance." Chad moved to sit beside her, his practical nature asserting itself as he helped her navigate the complex legal terminology. "Mr. Hawkins appears to have handled everything with remarkable efficiency," he observed. "The transfer of property requires only your signature on these documents, which can be witnessed by Harriet Cooper before we leave town." Pamela nodded, her initial shock giving way to the practical considerations such unexpected news demanded. Yet beneath the pragmatism, emotional currents continued to swirl, the finality of her father's death closing a chapter that had defined her life in ways both obvious and subtle. "There's more," she said, reaching the final page of the lengthy letter. "He's left his personal journals for me. Mr. Hawkins writes that father specifically requested I receive them, saying they contain explanations he couldn't properly articulate during our meetings." Her voice caught slightly. "A lifetime of choices and regrets documented for his daughter to understand after he was gone." Chad's hand covered hers where it rested on the pages. "We can arrange to have them sent here or collect them ourselves when business takes us to San Francisco." The simple "we" in his statement offered precisely the partnership Pamela needed in this moment. Neither taking over decisions that rightfully belonged to her nor leaving her to face them alone. It embodied everything that had drawn her to this remarkable man despite her initial wariness. "I'd prefer to review them privately first," she said after a moment's thought, "to understand what they contain before deciding whether they should be shared, even with you." She met his gaze directly. "Not from lack of trust, but from responsibility to my father's final privacy." "Of course," Chad agreed without hesitation. "They're his words to you to be shared according to your judgment." His unquestioning respect for her decision, offered without hint of offense or entitlement, reinforced the foundation of trust they had built together. Pamela rose from the chair, moving to the window that overlooked Redstone Ridge's main street. The ordinary activities continuing below, Mrs. Baker arranging fresh bread in her shop window, children skipping toward the schoolhouse, Mr. Wilson unloading hardware supplies from a delivery wagon, seemed suddenly precious in their mundane normalcy. Life continuing despite individual losses, the community's rhythms providing stability amid personal upheaval. "I should feel more," she said softly, the confession emerging without conscious intent. "He was my father, yet his death feels like the closing of a book I'd already finished reading. Sad, but not devastating." Chad joined her at the window, not touching her, but present nonetheless. "You began your grieving 15 years ago, when he first left. What's happening now is the final acknowledgement of a loss you've already processed through years of his absence." The insight struck Pamela with its simple truth. Her father had effectively died to her daily life when he abandoned them for his real family in Virginia. The subsequent years had been a long process of adaptation to that absence, first through raw pain, then bitter resentment, and finally the resigned acceptance that had allowed her recent, tentative forgiveness. "You're right," she acknowledged, turning from the window to face her husband directly. "The hardest grief happened long ago. This is just the final page of a story that shaped me without defining me." Chad's smile held understanding without pity. "And the woman you've become through that story is remarkable in every way. Strong enough to build her own success, wise enough to recognize genuine partnership when it presented itself, compassionate enough to offer forgiveness when it was finally requested." His words touched the core of who Pamela had fought to become, not a victim of abandonment, but a woman who had transformed that experience into determination and resilience. The inheritance her father had left represented material value, certainly, but the true legacy lay in how his choices had inadvertently forged her character through adversity. "There's something almost poetic about it," she said, her practical nature reasserting itself as she considered the unexpected inheritance. "The man whose desertion forced mother and me into financial hardship now leaves me property and assets I no longer need for security. Which means you can decide their purpose based on principle rather than necessity," Chad observed, "a privilege not everyone receives." The simple observation sparked a thought that gradually took shape as Pamela considered the possibilities. What if we used part of the inheritance to establish that fund for women entrepreneurs we've discussed? Not just through the bank's limited resources, but a properly endowed foundation that could provide meaningful support to women building businesses throughout the territory. Chad's expression brightened with interest. "The John Johnson Fund for Women's Enterprise?" "No," Pamela replied without hesitation. "His name doesn't deserve that recognition. But we could establish the New Beginnings Foundation, supporting women who, like Mother and me after his desertion, need to create independent means of support through their own talents." The idea grew more compelling as she articulated it. transforming her father's final bequest into something that would help other women avoid the desperate circumstances his abandonment had created for her mother. It represented the ultimate reclamation of narrative, turning pain into purpose without erasing the truth of what had occurred. "It's perfect," Chad said, his approval evident in both voice and expression. Practical assistance flowing from your experience, creating opportunity from disappointment. His respect for her decision shone in his eyes. Harriet Cooper would be the ideal legal advisor for establishing such a foundation. Their discussion turned naturally to implementation details: how the foundation would be structured, what criteria would determine eligibility for assistance, how to balance financial support with practical business education. The shared planning transformed what might have been a morning of grief into one of purposeful creation, though Pamela knew the emotional impact of her father's death would likely emerge in quieter moments over the coming weeks. Later that morning, they visited Harriet Cooper's office, where the attorney listened with professional attention to their explanation of both the inheritance and their plans for its application. "The New Beginnings Foundation is an excellent concept," Harriet observed as she reviewed the documents Mr. Hawkins had sent, "and entirely achievable with the assets described here." She looked up from her desk with rare warmth in her usually businesslike demeanor. "Your father's final gift will help many women build the independence he once threatened through his desertion. There's a certain justice in that outcome." "That's precisely what I thought," Pamela agreed, signing where indicated on the transfer documents. "Though I never expected to be in a position to create such an opportunity for others. Life rarely follows expected patterns," Harriet noted, adding her own signature as witness. "Particularly for women determined to forge their own paths, regardless of convention." With the legal matters addressed, only one task remained before their departure from Redstone Ridge. While Chad completed final arrangements with the livery for their journey back to the ranch, Pamela made her way to the perfumery for a private farewell. The shop stood quiet in the late morning lull between early customers and the midday rush. Lily had gone to the post office with the day's mail orders, leaving the space temporarily empty. Pamela unlocked the door with the key she still carried despite her expanded life, stepping into the familiar surroundings with a curious blend of nostalgia and forward-looking appreciation. This small space had represented everything to her when she first arrived in Redstone Ridge. Her independence, her financial security, her determined self-reliance after Davis Miller's betrayal. She had defended it ferociously against any perceived threat, including Chad's initial investment offer, seeing it as the fortress protecting her from the vulnerability her mother had experienced after abandonment. Now, with her life expanded to include the ranch, her marriage to Chad, and business contracts reaching as far as San Francisco, the shop remained important but in a different way. Not her entire world, but a significant part of a much broader existence. Like her father's death, this shift represented not loss, but evolution. Not diminishment, but growth. She moved through the familiar space, fingers trailing lightly over the polished counter where she had served customers, the glass display cases showcasing her creations, the doorway to the workroom where she had developed formulations that now sold in department stores across the West. Each element held memories, yet she could appreciate them now without being confined by them. The bell above the door jingled as Chad entered, his tall figure silhouetted briefly against the bright autumn sunlight. "The carriage is ready whenever you are," he said, respecting her need for this final moment with the place that had shaped her independent identity. "Just saying goodbye for now," Pamela replied, joining him near the entrance. "Though that seems silly when we'll return next month for the Founders' Day celebration." "Not silly at all," Chad responded, with the intuitive understanding that had drawn her to him despite her initial wariness. "This shop represents the woman you were when we met. Determined, talented, fiercely independent. That woman is still part of who you are, even as you've expanded beyond her limitations." Standing in the doorway between her past and future, Pamela felt a sense of completion that transcended simple contentment. Her father's death, while bringing genuine sadness for lost possibilities, no longer defined her emotional landscape. The shop that had represented her hard-won independence now served as just one element of a life enriched rather than diminished by chosen partnership. "I'm ready," she said simply, turning to face her husband with clear eyes and open heart, for the journey home and whatever comes next. As they stepped onto the boardwalk together, locking the shop door behind them, Pamela tucked her arm through Chad's with natural ease. The letter from San Francisco, tucked safely in her reticule, represented the final closing of one chapter in her life, yet she faced forward rather than backward. Toward the future they continued to build together, rather than the past that had shaped her in both pain and purpose. Their carriage waited before the hotel, trunks secured, horses stamping impatiently in the crisp autumn air. As Chad handed her up to the seat, Pamela glanced one final time at the perfumery's facade, not with regret for leaving it temporarily, but with appreciation for how it had served as the launching point for a journey she could never have anticipated when she first arrived in Redstone Ridge. "Ready, Mrs. Montgomery?" Chad asked as he took the reins, the simple question carrying layers of meaning beyond their immediate departure. "Ready, Mr. Montgomery," she replied with certainty, her smile reflecting not just happiness, but the harder-won wisdom of a woman who had learned that true independence wasn't isolation, but the strength to choose connection from position of self-reliance. As the carriage rolled down Main Street toward the mountain road that would eventually lead them to Montgomery Ranch, Pamela felt the letter from San Francisco press against her side where it rested in her reticule. Her father's final communication had brought both closure and new beginning, an ending that opened possibilities rather than closing them, a legacy transformed from abandonment to opportunity through her own determination to create meaning from difficulty. The future stretched before them like the road ahead, filled with both challenges and possibilities, requiring both individual strength and mutual support to navigate successfully. With Chad beside her and her own hard-won wisdom within her, Pamela Montgomery faced that future not with fear, but with the quiet confidence of a woman who had discovered that life's most meaningful journeys rarely followed expected paths. Epilogue. Full circle, 1 year to the day after their wedding, Pamela stood before the elegant new building that housed the expanded Pamela's Fine Fragrances on Redstone Ridge's Main Street. The autumn sunshine gilded the freshly painted facade, glinted off the large display windows, and cast her shadow long across the boardwalk where townspeople and visitors gathered for the grand opening. The substantial two-story structure bore little resemblance to the modest shop where she had begun her business years earlier. Its graceful architecture featured elements from both Eastern commercial buildings and Western practicality. Large windows to showcase merchandise, broad double doors to welcome customers, and a second floor that housed production facilities and offices designed specifically for a growing enterprise. "It's even more beautiful than the architect's drawings," Sarah whispered beside her, squeezing Pamela's arm with genuine delight. "Redstone Ridge has never seen anything so grand." "Grand but practical," Pamela replied, her pride evident despite her attempt at modesty. "Every detail serves a purpose beyond mere appearance." The crowd gathered for the ribbon-cutting ceremony reflected the expanded reach of Pamela's business and influence. Townspeople who had known her since her arrival in Redstone Ridge stood alongside ranch hands in their Sunday best, travelers from the morning stage, and business associates from as far away as Denver and Salt Lake City. Near the front, her mother Martha stood with Aunt Judith, their longtime differences apparently forgotten in shared pride for this moment. Chad appeared at Pamela's side, handsome in a tailored suit that complemented his tall frame without ostentation. "The mayor is ready whenever you are," he murmured, his hand coming to rest at the small of her back in the gesture that had become so natural between them. Pamela nodded, drawing a deep breath to steady her nerves. Public speaking had never been her preference, yet this occasion demanded appropriate remarks. The building represented not merely business expansion, but the culmination of a journey that had begun with her desperate determination to establish independence after Davis Miller's betrayal. Mayor Simmons stepped forward, raising his hands for quiet as the crowd's excited chatter subsided. "Ladies and gentlemen, friends and visitors, we gather today to celebrate a milestone in Redstone Ridge's development, the grand opening of Pamela's Fine Fragrances in its new headquarters." He gestured toward the impressive building with unmistakable civic pride. What began as a modest enterprise has grown into a business known throughout the Western territories and beyond, bringing recognition and prosperity to our community. Appreciative murmurs rippled through the gathering as the mayor continued his introduction, highlighting the economic benefits the expanding business brought to Redstone Ridge. When he finally presented Pamela to the crowd, the applause was genuine and enthusiastic. "Thank you all for sharing this special day," Pamela began, her voice carrying clearly across the assembled faces. "This building represents more than commercial success. It embodies the spirit of possibility that defines our Western territories, where determination and hard work can transform humble beginnings into substantial achievements." Her gaze moved across familiar faces, Thornton nodding with satisfaction as though she had personally arranged this outcome. Each person had contributed something to the journey that had led to this moment. "None of this would have been possible without the support of this community," Pamela continued. "From my first customers who took a chance on unknown fragrances, to the merchants who offered encouragement and practical assistance, to the women and men who demonstrated that frontier life need not lack refinement and beauty." She turned slightly to include Chad in her acknowledgement, and most especially to my husband and business partner, whose belief in my vision never wavered, even when traditional wisdom might have suggested more conventional paths. Chad's expression remained composed, though the warmth in his eyes conveyed everything words could not. Their partnership, both personal and professional, had deepened over the year of marriage, each challenge strengthening rather than weakening the bonds between them. "This building will serve not only as a retail space for our products," Pamela explained, "but as a production facility for our expanding lines, offices for managing distribution throughout the territories, and headquarters for the New Beginnings Foundation, which supports women entrepreneurs throughout the region." This announcement drew particular attention, especially from visiting business associates who hadn't been privy to the foundation's establishment following her father's death. The transformation of her inheritance into opportunity for others represented Pamela's most personal achievement, reclaiming narrative from pain, creating purpose from disappointment. "And now," she concluded with a smile, "I invite you all to join us inside following the ribbon cutting, where tours of the public areas will be offered and refreshments served to celebrate this milestone." Mayor Simmons presented Pamela with an oversized pair of scissors, their polished blades gleaming in the autumn sunshine. Chad stepped forward to stand beside her as she positioned the blades around the wide blue ribbon stretched across the entrance. "Together," he suggested quietly, his hand covering hers on the scissors handle. With a single decisive cut, they severed the ribbon as cheers erupted from the gathered crowd. The doors swung wide and people began filing into the spacious retail area, where display cases showcased both the standard products that had built Pamela's reputation and the premium fragrances now sold in department stores across the West. Martha Johnson had appointed herself an official tour guide, proudly leading small groups through the public areas of the production facility where visitors could observe the careful crafting of Pamela's fragrances through large windows that protected the sterile preparation areas. "My daughter developed her extraordinary sense of smell as a child," Pamela overheard her mother explaining to a group of fascinated Denver visitors. "She could identify every flower in our garden by scent alone before she turned 7. The maternal pride in Martha's voice touched Pamela deeply. After years of worried disapproval over her daughter's unsuitable occupation, Martha had gradually recognized the genuine achievement Pamela's business represented. Following her permanent relocation to a cottage on Montgomery Ranch 6 months earlier, she had become an enthusiastic supporter of the enterprise, even contributing design suggestions for the new building based on her expertise as a seamstress. Throughout the afternoon, Pamela and Chad moved among their guests, accepting congratulations and discussing business possibilities with visiting merchants. The celebration represented the public culmination of their first year together, a testament to how effectively they had merged their separate strengths into shared achievement. As dusk approached, the crowds finally thinned, leaving only close friends and family for a more intimate dinner in the upstairs office space. Tables had been arranged throughout the large room, adorned with autumn flowers and glowing lanterns that created pools of golden light against the gathering darkness outside. "To Pamela and Chad," Thomas Peterson proposed, raising his glass as the meal concluded, "who have shown us that partnership can enhance rather than diminish individual strengths. To the most successful enterprise Redstone Ridge has produced," added Mr. Baker with genuine enthusiasm. May your fragrances continue to bring refinement to our frontier territories. The toast continued, each offering perspective on what the business and its owners had contributed to the community. When the final speeches concluded and conversation resumed around the tables, Chad leaned close to Pamela's ear. "Ready to retire gracefully?" he murmured. "We have a long ride home, and you've been on your feet since dawn." His consideration touched her, particularly in his careful framing that acknowledged her potential fatigue without drawing attention to the condition they had kept private these past weeks. At 3 months along, her pregnancy remained their cherished secret, though she suspected her mother had begun to notice subtle changes during her extended visit. "A perfect suggestion," Pamela agreed, rising from her chair with a final smile to their assembled friends. "Tomorrow brings regular business hours, after all." The autumn air had grown crisp when they finally emerged onto the boardwalk, the street now quiet except for distant piano music from the saloon at the far end of town. Chad had arranged for their trunks to be loaded earlier, the carriage waiting to carry them back to the ranch despite the late hour. "We could stay at the hotel," he offered as he helped her into the seat. "Make an early start tomorrow instead." "I'd rather be home," Pamela replied, the simple word carrying layers of meaning that required no elaboration between them. The ranch had become her primary home over the past year, though they still maintained the apartment above the old shop for shorter visits to town. The moon rose full and bright as they left Redstone Ridge behind, illuminating the road that wound through forests and mountain passes toward Montgomery Ranch. Pamela leaned against Chad's solid warmth, her mind filled with images from the day's celebration alongside quiet anticipation of the news she planned to share once they reached the privacy of their home. "Happy?" Chad asked, his arm tightening around her shoulders as the carriage rolled steadily through the moonlit landscape. "Completely," Pamela replied without hesitation. "The building is everything we envisioned. The foundation is established, the business expanding precisely as planned." She paused, her hand moving unconsciously to rest against her still flat stomach. "And there's more happiness yet to come." Chad's breath caught audibly, his gaze dropping to where her hand rested. "Pamela? Are you saying what I think you're saying?" The wonder in his voice, this confident, practical man suddenly overcome with emotion, brought tears to Pamela's eyes. "Yes," she confirmed softly. "Dr. Wilson confirmed it last week. We'll welcome a new Montgomery in early spring." The carriage slowed as Chad processed this information, then pulled to a complete stop in the middle of the moonlit road. Without a word, he set the brake and turned fully toward her, his expression a complex mixture of joy, awe, and something that might have been momentary fear. "A child," he said, the words emerging with reverent disbelief. "Our child." "Are you pleased?" Pamela asked, though his reaction had already answered her question. "It's perhaps sooner than we'd discussed, with the business expansion just completed." "Please doesn't begin to describe it," Chad replied, gathering her carefully into his arms as though she had suddenly become fragile, despite being the same capable woman who had overseen construction of a commercial building while managing a growing business. Overwhelmed, perhaps, terrified, certainly, but mostly just grateful. The simple word encompassed so much about the man she had married. His appreciation for life's genuine gifts, rather than material acquisitions, his recognition of what truly mattered beyond business success or social position. It confirmed yet again the wisdom of her choice to trust this particular man, despite her earlier painful experiences. "We should probably continue home," Pamela suggested after several moments in his embrace. "Mrs. Simmons will worry if we're too delayed." Chad released her reluctantly, though his hand remained in contact with hers as he released the brake and urged the horses forward once more. As they resumed their journey, the conversation turned naturally to this new development. How they would adjust the living arrangements at the ranch, whether Lily might assume additional responsibilities at the shop during Pamela's confinement, what name they might consider for this new life they had created together. "If it's a girl, perhaps Elizabeth after your first wife," Pamela suggested, her confidence in their relationship solid enough to acknowledge his past without insecurity. "Or something from your family tradition?" "What about John?" Chad asked carefully, watching her reaction. "For a boy, I mean, after your father, despite the complications." The suggestion startled Pamela momentarily. "You would consider that? After everything he did and gave me you, however indirectly." Chad replied with gentle reason. His failures helped forge the remarkable woman I married. That deserves some acknowledgement, perhaps even if he himself doesn't. The generosity of this perspective, recognizing how even painful experiences contributed to the person she had become, touched Pamela deeply. It embodied Chad's particular wisdom, his ability to see beyond conventional judgments to underlying truths. John Chad Montgomery. She tested the sound thoughtfully. It has a certain strength to it, though we should probably consider girls' names as well, just in case. Elizabeth Pamela has a lovely ring, Chad suggested, his smile visible in the moonlight, though we have months yet to decide. The remainder of their journey passed in comfortable conversation about future possibilities, not just names for their child, but expansions for the business, developments for the ranch, dreams still waiting to be fulfilled. By the time the carriage crested the final rise revealing Montgomery Ranch spread before them in moonlit beauty, they had sketched a vision of their future together that encompassed both practical plans and heartfelt aspirations. Home, at last. They settled on the broad porch that had become their favorite spot for quiet evenings together. Despite the late hour, neither felt ready for sleep, the day's excitement and evening's revelation creating a shared alertness that defied physical fatigue. "Do you remember our first dance?" Chad asked suddenly, reaching into his jacket pocket to withdraw a folded paper. "At your cousin's wedding reception in Whitebrook Valley?" "Of course," Pamela replied, curious about this unexpected direction. "We waltzed while you told me how unsuitable I was as a proper feminine companion, as I recall." Chad laughed, the sound warm in the night air. "I believe I actually said your independence was refreshing compared to more conventional young ladies, though perhaps not in those exact words." He unfolded the paper, revealing handwritten lyrics. The musicians played this song. Martha insisted on it specifically for the occasion, saying it had been popular when she was young. "Do you remember?" Pamela leaned closer to see the faded script in the lantern light. "Vaguely, something about journeys and companions, wasn't it?" "The road before us," Chad confirmed. "An old folk song my mother used to sing when I was a child. I asked the musicians afterward for the lyrics, thinking someday they might hold special meaning." Without further explanation, he began to sing softly, his deep voice carrying the simple melody with surprising grace. "The road stretches long before us, with valleys and mountains to cross, but no challenge seems too daunting when journeying with you beside me." The unexpectedly poetic gesture from her practical, reserved husband brought tears to Pamela's eyes. She joined him for the chorus, her lighter voice blending with his in perfect harmony as the ancient words took on new meaning for their particular journey. Hand in hand through sunshine, side by side through rain, two travelers stronger together than either could be alone. As their voices faded into the night, Pamela leaned against Chad's solid shoulder, her hand finding his with the easy familiarity of established connection. Above them, stars filled the vast western sky, boundless possibilities spread against infinite darkness, beauty emerging from emptiness through natural balance and harmony. "Quite appropriate for us, don't you think?" Chad asked, his arm tightening around her shoulder. "The lyrics could have been written specifically for our journey." "Every love story thinks the poetry was written just for them," Pamela replied with gentle teasing. "That's what makes it universal while feeling uniquely personal." Chad's chuckle rumbled beneath her ear where it rested against his chest. "My practical, philosophical wife, analyzing romance even while experiencing it?" "Would you have me any other way?" she challenged, echoing a question that had become something of a private refrain between them. "Not a single aspect changed," he assured her, his hand moving to rest protectively over hers where it lay against her stomach. "Your analytical mind is as essential to who you are as your creative talents or your determination, all qualities I hope our child inherits in equal measure." The simple confirmation that he valued precisely the characteristics many men would have found challenging in a wife warmed Pamela more than the practical comforts surrounding them. In Chad Montgomery, she had found someone who saw her complexity as strength rather than liability, who appreciated her independence as essential rather than inconvenient, who loved her not despite but because of the very qualities that made her unlike conventional women of their era. As night deepened around Montgomery Ranch, Pamela and Chad remained on the porch, their voices blending occasionally in verses of the old song that had unexpectedly captured their unique journey, the life they had built together, businesses thriving, partnership deepening, family beginning, represented not what either would have created alone, but something stronger forged through the careful integration of their separate strengths. The road before them would undoubtedly hold challenges alongside joys, difficulties alongside triumphs. Yet Pamela faced that uncertain future without fear, secure in the knowledge that true independence wasn't isolation, but the strength to choose connection from position of self-reliance rather than desperate need. As the final verse of their song faded into the vast western night, Pamela and Chad Montgomery sat silhouetted against the star-filled sky, two individuals who had discovered that life's most meaningful journeys rarely followed expected paths, but were all the more extraordinary for the unexpected turns that brought them together. The end.